would be going on Joe Rogan and saying things that would
Mitch, this is a search and rescue mission. Charlie, Micah, and Grantham are all lost on their own ranch. You have a couple days to find them. What all do you have on you?
Bonjour, 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 bonjour. Hope everyone is absolutely well rested. Got some good food in you. Yum, yum, yum. I've just had a lovely pie. Nom, 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 nom. Fantastic. I thought I'd do a couple of hours with you today. Giving a bit back, you know how it is. Been watching quite a bit of stuff on the trans thing. I'm trying to understand the mentality of these people. I know I've showed lots of clips of Edge of the Matrix when he's been trying to talk to these people and try and get some common sense out of them. And you've got to come to the understanding, really, that when you're dealing with these people, all semblance of reality have gone for them. So whatever you say, it's only what they think can be the truth. Dave McDave, hello, mate. Nice to see you. It can only be that way. It can only be their truth is the truth, and you need to go along with it. I think that's where a lot of people like fall down when they're talking to trans people at these rallies and stuff and at these protests, because it doesn't work. But I also want to touch on the police as well, obviously. So I want to just Fred, hello, mate. Good to see you. And I want to give you some advice on. I want to give some advice on this because I was watching a really interesting interaction. Hang on a minute. Let's have a quick gander at this. So I'll show you a couple of bits, and I want to give you some decent information about how you can be very secure at home with the police. Let's just have a quick look at this. I was watching a really good thing with Reece Dinsdale as well the other day, an interview with him. I watched the Threads. I don't know whether anyone's seen that before. A fantastic dramatisation by Barry Hines, written by Barry Hines, the guy who brought you Kes or A Kestrel for a Knave, for people who like the book. Thank you very much, Robert. So let's get into this. Let's just present this to the fucking house. Let's have a little look-see. So this is the police at someone's door, okay? This is the police at someone's door. Before we get into this, I'm going to play it all the way through, and then I'm going to go through maybe something you want to take into consideration. Hello?
Can you please leave my home alone? Can you please leave my home?
Name, please?
I'm asking you to vacate my property.
I'm asking you what your name is, please.
Don't need to give you my name.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just get some officers to come down.
Yeah, right. Goodbye.
Okay, lovely.
So, short and sweet, you've got a PCSO at the door. No hello, no, greeting. What's your name? I'm guessing this person's knocked on the front door within the last 5 minutes of this video going out, and they persisted. And that's why the guys come out with, I want you to leave the property. It's not a case of the police have just turned up and he's wanting to see why they're there. Obviously, this person's been knocking on the door profusely. So
Can you please leave my home
What's your
alone?
name,
Can you
sir?
please?
this is not what you want to see outside your front door. A PCSR with all the gear but no idea, with a fucking notepad in a hand and a pen, and just say, "What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir?"
Please leave my
What's your
home.
name, please?
I'm asking you to vacate my property.
And I'm asking you what your name is.
This is why the police will never have any traction with the public, right-minded public. I'm saying this, not like you bootlickers or you fucking, you creeps out there that just love the police no matter what. If you've got police at your door and they're acting like this, you should never interact with them whatsoever, in my opinion. This is a PCSR with absolutely zero powers of entry and zero powers to demand your name and address. If you are in any way, shape or form misunderstanding the powers of PCSRs, ask them to produce their designation card or their powers booklet. And if they've not got it on them, they are not exercising their powers of police community support officer. They're not exercising that. They're just a person in costume. They need that booklet on them because it tells the public what powers the chief inspector has given them to do their job. And if they can't show the public, they can't articulate it in black and white, what the chief inspector has given them in terms of powers and authority, they can't enforce it over you. And it's shocking that we have to go through this. It's fucking mad. Dave McDave. So yeah, me and Dave McDave was in Chesterfield. I think last year maybe, or beginning of this year. Last year I think it was actually. And I went up to one of the police community support constables, and I asked him, "Where's can I have a look at your powers booklet, your designation card?" Sorry, my mind went blank there. I asked him if I could see his designation card, and he didn't know what one was. He didn't know what a designation card was. This shows you they don't give a fuck. They're not bothered. They don't care. They get this uniform and they think they've made it. They think this is Batfink wings of fucking steel. They think this uniform gives them. They think they're not allowed to fucking be questioned. They think they can't be talked to like a regular human being anymore. They're above you. Especially like PCSRs. These fuckers are idiots. Fred, Ray, did you see that guy who walked into school with petrol and weapons? No. Where was that? Fucking hell.
Please.
Don't need to give you my name.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just get some officers to come down.
So the vague threat of I'll just get some officers to come down, as if they can demand his details. I don't know what's gone on here. I don't know what the reason they're at this guy's house, but no one's got any obligation to give police their details at all. Now, you can talk about Section 50, you can talk about certain things that make it an actual criminal offence not to give you details. Section 164, 165, when you're on the roadside, you've got to give your details then because you're going to get your fucking car lifted. Section 50, stuff like that, where they say, no, that is an actual criminal offence in and of itself. Well, it is if they can prove you've actually done the offence. You can't demand someone's details under Section 50 unless you can reasonably prove that they've committed an offence. I had an argument with a fucking solicitor and a bunch of fucking bootlickers about this because she said on this guy's fucking weird little fucking channel that you should go for a voluntary interview, that you should always attend because, it makes things easy for you and you might get arrested. Well, that's for people who fear arrest. You shouldn't be fearing arrest ever. If there's anything I want to get through to people when they're dealing with the police, it's the fact that you've got to stop fearing the uniform. Yeah, that's correct, Robert. You ain't got no obligation to fucking answer questions whatsoever, especially from some fucking no-mark PCSO that starts touching a fucking This is all performative, by the way. She's touching a radio there. Oh, it's official now. You're going to get the police here, the proper police. I'm on my radio. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a shit.
Yeah, right. Goodbye.
Okay, lovely.
See ya. So this is in America. Oh, it's just a fucking... No, that's my words. Recent idea. Let's look at that one. Wrong door. Let's have a look at this.
Hi guys, what's going on today?
Oh, but Amy was supposed to be meeting us here.
Amy, you?
Your daughter?
Can you imagine answering your door and you've got this fucker staring at you? Like, it's 1 o'clock half struck time. Fucking dopey fuck. 3043.
No. Amy?
Amy, yeah.
Me and
I might
friends
have the
says.
wrong address.
Yeah,
I
probably
think you
your
have. I'm
fucking
thinking, what are you doing here today?
No, I've wanted to speak to someone about inquiries and they've told me to come meet them here.
Here?
Yeah.
He's basically no Amy here, is there?
Well, I don't know. This
No, nowhere, no Amy here.
Let's have a look at what she's got on that fucking flag. There's a red, a blue, and a green. The red is supposed to signify fire. The blue, obviously, the dirt bags, and the green for ambulance services. Let's just take this back one. So this copper's turned up at this guy's door, and apparently they've got the wrong door. But look at the way this is where you know that they can't act correctly with the public. Listen to how she behaves here.
Hi guys, what's going on today?
Oh, but Amy was supposed to be meeting us here.
Who the fuck's Amy?
Amy, you?
Your daughter?
Your daughter? What the fuck are you on about?
No. Amy?
Amy, yeah.
Me and
I might
friends
have the wrong
says.
address.
Yeah, I think you have. I'm thinking, what are you doing here today?
Howard, good to see you.
No, I've wanted to speak to someone about inquiries and they've told me to come meet them here.
Here? He's basically no Amy here, is there?
Well, I don't know.
No, nowhere, no Amy here.
I just want to point out the fucking 1,000-yard stare at the back as well. This last at the back. Obviously, this fucker's got it wrong.
Well, no worries, I'll double check then.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, what are you doing here, like him?
Yeah, we've been told.
Yeah.
Can you double check off his property, please? Can you double check away from the house?
Somewhere to meet, so I'm just inquiring.
No.
No, I'll give him a ring, double check it. All right.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
You dickheads. Try that again. What else we got here? Police at my front door.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a
Hey, Charles, if I want. No, that's not ID, mate. I want a warrant card.
That sounds like Marty. Is this my mate and yours?
There you go. No, that's fine.
What does that say?
So,
Shit.
what's your name, man? My name's Marty.
Ah, it's Marty Blackborough. Good man.
Marty. Yeah.
What's your surname, Marty?
I don't need to give that.
Well, I'm trying to check you out, aren't I?
Well, okay.
Why is the PCSL trying to check him out? Fucking PCSLs. Let me tell you about PCSLs and how you should interact with them. It should always be a very quick conversation. It should always be a no, and no conversation. They've got no powers to give you any kind of directives. They've got no powers to demand names and addresses. They can't They've got as much power as me and you. They've got as much power as me and you. Now, in certain circumstances, and these are limited, a chief inspector might give additional powers to PCSOs. They can. But it needs to be documented. It needs to be in their powers booklet. It needs to be in their designation card. It tells the public what they can and can't do. If the PCSO hasn't got this on them, they can't be enforcing any kind of powers that the chief inspector's given them. If they've not got the ability to show the public, because all counties are different, all cities are different, because you've got different rules in different places with PCSOs, it's so ambiguous now, the way that these people operate. You can't get a straight answer out of any of them. You know, it's really weird with PCSOs. But my advice to you would be, and again, I always say this is not legal advice, this is just me sharing my thoughts with you, is to totally ignore everything that they say. You know, you haven't got it. You're under no obligation to listen to them whatsoever. You're under no obligation to listen to the police unless they're giving you a lawful order, in which case they've got to justify that lawful order. And if they start putting hands on you because you didn't move away from a certain area or you weren't doing as you were told, fucking weirdos, then you've got something to come back at a later date. You can, you know, if there's an excessive use of force, if they put their hand on you, there's no need to. If they say you may be arrested, because they don't have to arrest you to have the threat of the arrest be enough for you to get into a civil court. But we'll get through all that.
If you try to check me out, I've done no wrong. I know my rights, you know. Well, here you are. You're coming to my door, right? You're telling me you want to check me out, yeah? I've done no wrong. I'm in my own home. You're coming to me, yeah? No, I've done nothing wrong. If I've done, well, they're not burgling my house. I'm sat here chilling in my house. Clearly, it's not getting burgled, is it?
Well, obviously not. Let's just check you out.
No, you don't need to check.
Did you hear that? Obviously not, but let's just check you out. This is the mentality. Honest to God, you could put the biggest fucking idiot in a police uniform, and we've got a lot of them, and they would thrive. They would thrive.
Check me out. Check me out. Look, I even sent mail, please. Taking piss, man. I'm sat in my own house. You don't need to check me out. You don't need to check me out. All right? I'm sat in my own house. I'm doing nothing wrong. I've broken no laws.
We're not saying you have, right?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You've been playing it. You've been playing it. Yeah, you are.
Marty's right here. By them saying that they want to check him out, they're implying that he may be doing something wrong. Because if not, why would they want to check him out? If you've done nothing wrong, and the police know this, and they've said to you, no, we're not saying you're burgling anyway, we're not saying you've done anything wrong, but we still want to check you out. You know, we're not living in 1930s fucking Germany anymore. This isn't North Korea or China or Russia. We don't want the police at our door doing this shit, because what it does is it makes people like me and people like you think, hang on a minute, that copper's in trouble over there. Fuck him. I'm off. I'm going to carry on with my day. Oh shit, there's a cop car on its roof down there. Yeah, I've got somewhere to be. That's what it makes me feel like doing. Not rushing over to fucking help him. I never would. Ever. I would never help a copper in trouble.
Then why do you want my details if you're not implying it?
Listen. Right, I'm Andy, this is Jez, okay? We've had a call that someone's broken in here. Have you climbed through a window to get in?
I've got keys. Why would I break in through a window?
No, listen. One of your neighbours...
You keep saying listen, and you've got no fucking... there's no obligation to listen to this prick with his hands in his pockets. They're the laziest bunch of fucking idiots going. West Yorkshire Police are terrible. Terrible. Buzz, PCSO asked if my old banger of the road legal car was ours. My missus said no, it looks so fucking good, we nicked it.
It was phoned up to say someone's climbed through a window.
Oh, neighbour, right, well, listen, we've got loads of stuff going on with neighbours. It's loads of bullshit.
Listen, they've phoned up concerned that someone's...
Shut the window. Fucking shut the window. That's what I'll do. Shut the window. Fuck off, shut the window.
Someone has broken into the house.
Right, well, I'm telling you they haven't.
Right, we're trying to find out. Are you the one that's climbing through the window?
No one's climbing through a window.
Make sure you live in.
Listen, I've told you, no one's broken into the house. This is my house.
Now, you might be thinking, the coppers are doing the job here. They've had a report that someone was getting in through a window and they're coming to check it out. And I've got no issue with that. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. I want them to do that. I want them to check. But common sense must tell you that if the person in there is on his laptop, he's obviously working on his laptop, he's not running, he's not hiding, he's actively telling you that he lives there, common sense has got to say, right, hang on a minute. I mean, it could be lying, of course. Of course it could be lying. But the likelihood of that is absolutely, it's outrageously low, the likelihood of that.
I have every right to be here. I have not committed a crime. You're now harassing me, yeah? I've done nothing wrong. I don't require any of your services. I'd prefer it if you left me alone. I don't need to refuse you because it's a request. It's not lawful, all right? Listen, I don't need to prove nothing to you. This is my house. My house.
He's right. He hasn't got to prove anything. And yeah, exactly, Dave. Even if it was that he was climbing in through the window, he doesn't need to prove who he is. He doesn't, you know, because, and this is the kicker, unless they can prove that the window has been forced, which would give them grounds. It would give them grounds to come and ask and come and get some details. And I support that. Got no problem with that. But if the window is open, if my neighbour's window was open over the road and I climbed through it, they can't have you for breaking and entering. It might be trespass, but they can't have you for breaking and entering. It's an open way into the house. That's why bailiffs get away with it all the time. If they climb in through a fucking window, bailiffs get away with it because it's open. The gate's open. The door might be open. They walk straight in. You're fucked. So the police haven't got a leg standing here.
Okay? My house.
Listen to me.
I don't need to prove
Might
nothing.
well be your house, but until we prove or we're satisfied that you've got legal right to be here, at the moment we're classing you as a burglar.
You're classing me as a burglar,
At
we
the
all know.
moment.
All right, bye. Bye.
At the moment.
Bye, burglars. You see this, guys? I'm a burglar in my own home.
At the
I'm a
moment.
burglar in my own home.
This is now just two coppers who can't be told now. And this is why they're so dangerous. This is why police are so dangerous in this country. They're the biggest criminal gang in the whole of the UK, the police. They will turn up at your door and cause you untold amounts of issues, untold amounts, because they can't get it right. They're all mentally ill. Every last bastard one of them is mentally ill. Every one of them.
I'm a burglar. I'm a burglar. I'm a burglar. I'm a burglar.
Do you know what I'd do? I would pick up a picture, maybe if you've got a picture on the side, and show them. Would a burglar have their own fucking picture in the fucking house that they're burgling? You fuckwit. Fuck off.
Might as well smash the door down, you know, assault me and all the rest of it, you know.
At the moment.
You know, you need to stop harassing members of the public,
We've got
is
to
what
be
you need to do.
satisfied. We've got
You
to be
need to stop
satisfied
harassing
that you've
members
got
of the
right to be
public.
here.
Well, I'm told you I have.
Right.
It's not my legal obligation to prove nothing to you.
Correct.
It is.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't.
Under what law?
No, it
Under
isn't.
what law? See, this guy's starting to quote law now. Under what law? Under what legal obligation? No. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Concern isn't law. This is the bullshit they come out with. Concern isn't law.
I'm asking you a question. He's refusing to answer me questions now as well, yeah? So-called copper, yeah?
I love Marty. I really like Marty.
Memorial.
Who else we got here? There's some more. So this is another one with Marty Blackbright. Marty's had some real bad luck with police. Real bad luck. Because he doesn't take any shit. He doesn't take any shit. Let's have a look at this one. It's the old fucking portrait view. Sorry.
So it's Mr. Harrison.
Who fucking asking?
Cat.
Oh, no, you're not, buddy.
Go on, scratch him.
Stay inside with the wall, right?
That bald spot's coming on a fucking treat on the top of your head. Did you see that then? Fucking hell.
Come on, cat.
Oh, no,
Come on, scratch him, scratch him.
Yeah, I'm surprised you want to stay inside with the wall, right?
That bald spot is absolutely stonking. Look at that. Fucking hell. It looks like a goat. He's got a hairline like a goat.
Mr. Harrison, is it?
Yeah, it's crack.
Just before we start, you know it's going to be a fucking problem because he's signed off on it, ain't he, with the fucking badge. I'm going to be a prick today. I'm going to wear this badge and you're going to know that I'm going to be a prick.
Yeah, hello, I'm PC Donaldson. Are you recording me?
Yeah.
Are you recording me?
Yeah, that's fine. You're in.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna passively aggressive say that that's fine, and make it so that you think I've given you permission. You don't need permission. When the police start saying shit like this, are you recording me? Oh no, that's fine. You're allowed to do it. You don't need to tell me I'm allowed to fucking do it. I wouldn't be recording you, would I? If I didn't know I was allowed to do it.
Silence recording.
Yeah, I know.
Wish. I'd like to come in and speak to you.
No, this is weird as well. They always want to come in. Never let the police in your house, ever. Ever. Never let the police in your house voluntarily. Once they're in there, you have got the biggest problems in your house, ever. Do not do it.
That's with regard to an incident that happened earlier.
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're not happy for me to come inside?
No.
Fair enough.
Are you going to arrest me for anything?
I'm not intending to arrest you for anything, no.
Shut the door now. Shut the door now. The two questions that you need to ask when the police turn up at your door is, are you here to detain or arrest? If the answer to those questions are both no, shut the fucking door. Shut the door. If they're there to ask you for a voluntary interview, to come down to the station at a time that suits both of us, and fuck off. You mean you've got no evidence of anything and you want me to come down and spill me guts? Fuck off.
Well,
And just to explain what the instance is.
you know where the exit is. There's
Yeah, fuck off.
your car over there. See you later. Yeah?
Well, go
Okay,
on,
I intend to issue with what's called the Restorative Community Resolution Form.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, do ya? Oh, do ya? That needs both parties to say yes to. I intend to issue you with this. Go and get them fucked off.
I've heard of this shit.
That's happened earlier on.
Yeah, I've heard of this
now,
shit.
This is an incident that can be dealt with by way of a community resolution.
So let me explain what this is. For those who don't know, I'll break it down for you. A community resolution order is something that the police have put together to try and ease off the pressure on the courts. And the courts should have said, no, you're not the jury and you're not a judge. You shouldn't be giving out punishments willy-nilly and deciding what goes to court and what doesn't. Restorative justice is the worst fucking thing to come out of the fucking government in a long, long time. It means the police then get to act as the judge and the jury and the executioner here. You have every right to mount a defence to any allegation that's ever put to you by a police constable. Never accept one of these fucking things. And if someone is, if you are a victim of something, never allow the copper to say to you, well, what about a community resolution order? Shall I put that in place? Because it's really easy for them to do. And it looks good on them as well. You want justice. If something's happened to you, if a criminal has attacked you, if they've robbed your house, if they've done something, you don't restorative justice. Exactly assured, yeah. It's fucking Judge Dredd at your fucking door.
Gentleman earlier, who was caught...
No, he wasn't a court. He's a private company.
Who's employed
Trying to extort money from me.
Who's employed on behalf
Trying to extort money from me.
Who's employed on behalf
Trying
of
to
the
extort
court.
money from me.
I love the repetition. You go for it, lad.
Okay, he is acting on behalf of the court to recover
Nope.
fines.
No, he's not.
This shouldn't be a police matter, this shouldn't be a police matter.
Well,
Not in my
seen
fucking
his
world, he ain't,
paperwork.
mate.
Okay, I've seen his paperwork. I'm happy that. he's
And
acting on
I've got
behalf of
everything
the
on video, what happened with him
court. Okay.
coming. So what was his claim against me then? What's that all about then? What's he said?
Right, just
I'd
bear with
love
me.
to fucking hear this, mate. Seriously.
Okay, you don't have to put that exactly in my face, so I can.
That's
at least-
in
Nowhere near your face, you fucking... Is it this fucking Dom that he fucking hates or what? Jesus Christ. Finding Cupcake, hello, mate, from Australia.
speak to you.
Face.
Okay,
That ain't.
fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm willing to speak.
I'll just shut the fucking door. Boring bastard at your fucking front door. Are you here to detain or arrest? No, you're not. You're here to try and issue me with this fucking restorative justice bollocks. Go and get yourself fucked off.
wishing to speak to you with regard to common assault that he's alleged that's happened this morning. Now, this
Common
is-
assault that
yes.
when he did against me when he I've got that on video
Yes,
when he
also said
slammed
that
his
on
car
video.
door in my face.
Right.
I actually went to shut it for him very nicely.
Okay, he's claiming that he was assaulted
That's
by
true,
yourself
boys.
when you've put
That's
the
all on
mobile
video.
phone in his face. He's also saying that he's got the incident
It's all on video.
on his video that he's
Well,
had as
if he wants to make a claim, then
right.
why
I'm
you're not
hoping to
arresting
deal with
me?
this.
If he's
I'm-
got that on video, arrest me
right, well, if you just let
because
me
you
finish
can't
explaining.
because he's just talking bollocks basically, isn't
Correct, great, correct.
No, he's not.
he?
Right.
I've got it on.
What was it? What is this copper doing? What are they doing? They're not investigating anything. They've made their mind up. That's why they've come with this restorative justice bollocks. This is an easy shift for this guy. It's an easy shift because they're all fucking lazy bastards. They're lazy as fuck. Look at the fucking state of him. You wouldn't trust him to fucking run a bath.
Video, mate.
Are you going to let me finish explaining what?
No, I wouldn't let you finish it. You know what? Get lost. Get in your little cop car. Go back to the station. You know, do a little spit shine on your fucking sergeant and fuck off.
What is the crack? What is happening?
Exactly, Robert.
Right, he's claiming that you've assaulted him earlier with the mobile phone by pushing it against his face. Okay,
Yeah.
He's claiming that is a common assault. So
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so he's claiming something as a common assault. So what you need then, copper, is verifiable evidence of him doing that.
a statement from him he's willing for this to be dealt with by way of a community resolution, okay? Which is essentially where you make some sort of reparation towards him. I've checked your eligibility, that you would be eligible for this community resolution, which I'll be willing to explain in further. I'll be willing to explain further. But essentially, you need to make some sort of reparation towards him, which he is requesting to be an apology. Now,
so instead of investigating it properly and saying, and not just taking one person's word for it, because that's essentially what this cop is doing. This isn't an investigation. He's already made up his mind without speaking to both parties. He's come to his door with a fucking community resolution order because he's only spoken to one person, and it's the bailiff. Because they always take the side of the bailiff. If ever you see the bailiffs turn up at someone's door online or whatever with the police, please, please, please don't think the police are there to help the victim of the bailiffs, because bailiffs are absolute scum. They're as bad as nonces, in my fucking opinion. I had to deal with one for a neighbour that I was fucking this close to getting arrested for. I was fucking... This cunt was a complete... My missus was filming this from the fucking bedroom window. Me giving this fucking bailiff what for. Fucking hell. I can't tell you what happened, but it didn't go well.
essentially, should you and him not be able to agree on this resolution, then I'd be looking at potentially inviting you in for a voluntary interview for commerce.
Never go to a voluntary interview, please. If you never listen to anything I say, if you think, Ray, you're talking knackers, please just research voluntary interviews and the problems that they cause for people. You don't need to go. They will say, well, if you don't go, it might need the necessity for arrest then. You might meet the criteria for us to come and arrest you. Well, do that then. Do that then. Don't turn up at my door saying you want me to come in voluntarily when it's convenient to fucking you, for me to then spill my guts and give you all the information you need to convict me. Who in their right mind would do that? If you had the evidence to begin with, you would have arrested me. Think before you turn up at people's doors, coppers. Think. They must think everyone is as stupid as they are. If the police had evidence, they would arrest you at your door, 100%. But the fact that they don't have enough evidence means that they need you to help them because they're lazy bastards.
Interview.
Yes, I'll be inviting you down to the police station.
Well, I'm not going to agree to any of that shit for a start. So, so now you're going to offer me a voluntary interview. So you're not going to arrest me.
On this occasion, no. Should you be willing to come into the police station to interview voluntarily? Where I can also,
And then if I don't do that, then what?
Then you'd be liable to arrest.
Well,
we'll do that then.
We'll do that then.
Yeah.
So would you be willing to come into the police station for a voluntary interview?
No, because I've got it on video.
Okay. So
he's got the evidence to suggest that he's not done anything wrong. If he is then arrested for said offence, and it is proven that he didn't do anything, this copper and his chief inspector are liable for it. That's the way the law works. You can't arrest people without the correct evidence.
you're saying that you've got a video as well. I'll be looking to speak to witnesses as well.
What witnesses?
So he hasn't done this. So he's turned up at... Just think about this. Think about this with restorative justice. He's turned up with this fucking paperwork for restorative justice for him to sign all his rights away and say, yeah, I did something wrong here, without any indication that he's got witnesses to prove what he did wrong, without even speaking to the bloke first about what actually happened. He's got video evidence of him not doing the thing he's being accused of, and this cop has turned up at his door to try and bamboozle him into giving a confession, basically. That's what he's wanting.
There's potentially one witness who's actually called in something also.
Oh, who's plastic? Drag them to fucking court as well. I hope it's not one of the neighbours.
That then?
I'm not limited to say who it is. But so you're not willing to buy community resolution, correct?
Why would he?
So you're not.
See, to to do that, I need legal advice before I even go any
Correct.
further with that. So
Correct.
what I'd have to do is
Never take my word for anything as well. My channel's full of me saying this. I'm not a solicitor. You don't fucking need to be to understand the way the fucking law works. I know what a dog is. I'm not a vet. You know, I know what an ant is. I'm not a vet. You know, the basics of fucking there's lots of stuff that I don't know about the law and that I would love to fucking learn more about. But the basics of keeping yourself out of trouble with the law isn't difficult, and it all depends on how quick you are with your gob and how quick you are with saying stuff to the police and the reaction stuff. So again, just going back to like, if the police are at your door and they start bombarding you with questions within 30 seconds, don't be afraid to stop talking and think. And don't think that that's going to make you look guilty either. If a cop turns up at your door and within the first 30 seconds they say, well, we're investigating such and such, and were you here at this time? If not, where were you? Don't be afraid to go, hang on a minute, 1 second, just say that again, just so I've got the question correct. Where were you at this time and why were you there? Take your time. If you're going to speak, which I urge you not to, but if you're going to speak, take your time. Don't be afraid to, even if you last a minute in silence where you're thinking and they're like looking at you and they're trying to like put the pressure on, relax. The pressure's not on you. You've done nothing wrong. Michael, good to see you, mate. The pressure's not on you. Hello, mate. The pressure isn't on you, it's on them. Always. Fred, don't lie, Ray. Your event at the weekend, we know your secrets. Yeah.
take legal advice first, wouldn't I? Before I sign anything on that or anything like that.
Have to. You can.
You see, this is terrible. This is terrible. And the guy makes a really good point here. Should I not be getting some legal advice before signing anything here? Well, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. You don't have to walk into the fucking road when there's busy traffic. You don't have to do that, but people do, don't they? People cause problems for themselves by doing so. You don't. This is why you never take the advice of police ever, because they're thick cunts. They're thick as fuck. They're dumb as fuck.
You can have legal advice should you so wish. It's my colleague PC KD who's just joining me with.
Hello, mate. How you going?
This is PC812 KD. I'm PC208 Collinson. I'm just must make you aware that gentleman's filming on his mobile phone.
Yeah.
No shit.
There's for timing, just to see where which is entitled to do so. Should you wish to have legal advice, that's fair enough.
Well, I think.
Yes, you have legal advice, pig.
I'm going to have to, because I've got pretty good solicitors, so I'm going to have to talk to them then, because I've never heard of that thing before.
Okay.
What was that called?
It's called a community resolution,
yeah.
Which sometimes is called restorative.
Restorative justice is basically to circumvent the court and make it so that the police have more power to give you a slap on the wrist. Police cautions as well. When I was a kid, fucking hell, I had them fucking coming out my ears when I was a kid. At the local police station that I went to when I was younger, a lot younger, when I was teens, silly Ray, my dad bought me a mini Metro, and the idea was that I was going to be like do it up and then I'd be driving around when I was legal. But stupidly, when I was like 15, I would be driving it round like a fucking idiot around the fucking estates, and I'd be driving it round and I'd get caught. Twice I got caught and they didn't take the fucking car. I managed to get someone else to get the fucking car and fucking get it out of there. But the police, the chief inspector at the local police station that I was put in front of him when I was younger, be about 16, and he said something like, I'm going to make it impossible for you to get a licence. I think he must have written about fucking 30 letters to the DVLA. And when I joined the army when I was 20, that was still on record. And that was like, 4 years later? And it was still on record. And even the army couldn't do anything about it, because I joined the RLC, Royal Logistic Corps, which I was going to go through to like be driving lorries around and stuff and attack vehicles and stuff. And it would have put the fucking mockers on it for me. And I remember like my CO saying to me, I said, what the fuck did you do when you were younger? Because I've never seen so many things on your file like from when he was a civvy, on someone's fault. He said, and I said, look, I was just a kid. I was just fucking. My dad was daft enough to get me a fucking car. I did it up and then fucking just went berserk. John, hello, mate. Michael, did you ever get a good pasting by the police back in the day? Right, never. No, I'd never let a cop hit me ever. I'd always protect myself. The police haven't got a right to be beating you up or to hurt you. You know, if you're resisting arrest, that they will try and use like excuse of punching you in the fucking head or whatever, because they can't do it in real life because they're all pussies. They're all wankers in real life. Every one of the coppers are wankers in real life. They ain't got nothing. They're not about that fucking physicality. They're only tough in groups and when they've got you cuffed up. That's it. Could drive a tank, but not a mini metro. yeah, exactly. Finding Cupcake. Why would cops waste their time on this crap? Seriously, someone pushed someone. Yeah.
Justice.
Mm,
So what I'll do,
I've heard of that.
I'll give you my full. Essentially, community resolution is a new name for restorative justice. I'll give you my details and I'll give you the incident number as well. And if you just want to explain to your solicitor the outline of the circumstances.
Well, how can he? How can he? Because you've not fucking told him the outline of the circumstances. You've not asked for any other evidence apart from the guy who's made the complaint. Have you thought that the guy making the complaint could be fucking lying? Have you thought that?
As I say, the reporting person in this, the courts officer, he's willing for this to be dealt with by way of restorative justice. I think it would be a reasonable resolution.
So I think this should be a criminal offence in and of itself. This is a copper that isn't willing to investigate. He's not willing to do his job. He's taken one story from an accusing person and he's using that as a basis to try and get the other person to sign away their rights. That's essentially what he's doing. This should be a criminal offence, This is a blatant disregard for the law here and a blatant disregard for his purpose as a police constable. Your purpose as a police constable isn't to arrest everyone that you can fucking see on the vaguest of things. It's to investigate crime and to make sure that you're trying to get it right. And I don't expect coppers to get it right every single time. I don't. They're human beings. But what I do expect is the ability to be conscientious enough to try and work out what's gone on. And then that doesn't mean they're going to get it right, but it means that they've at least put the effort in. And this is what we're talking about here. This is why I call them lazy, because they don't put the effort in. It's very easy, this. You get a complaint from one person. Okay, I'll take your complaint. I'll go and see the other person. Have you got evidence for me? Okay, I'll take that as well. I'm going to go and see the other person now and see what they say and see what evidence they've got. And then I'm going to come to a decision of how we're going to move forward with it. Maybe I arrest him. Maybe I arrest you because, you might be telling me a pack of lies. But you won't have that from these coppers because, let me tell you now, when he knocked on this person's door and he came out filming, he's automatically now the enemy because he's being filmed and he doesn't want to be filmed. That's why they make such a song and dance about it. They say, you're filming? Yeah, I don't mind you filming, you're allowed to do that. As if you've fucking got to get their say-so. But as soon as you start filming, please be aware that you're the enemy then, because you're holding them to account, because the body cams that they wear or not wear in this guy's case, they tend to get lost. The footage tends to get corrupted, or the inspectors say, oh, no, you can't have the footage. We can have it, but you can't, even though you've got a lawful and legal right to the footage because you're on the bastard. You can't have it because we think you're going to put it on social media and make us look fucking more stupid than we actually are.
For this incident.
To what though?
But his allegation is that he was pushed in the face with a mobile phone and that he then proceeded to bang on the window of his vehicle, causing alarm and distress. That's his allegation.
I've got it on video that he was stood outside here, about where this person is, and it's on video. And I told him that I'm not the person he's looking for. I don't want nothing to do with him, and he's trespassing. Asked him to leave on 5 occasions. And said he was causing me alarm and distress. I was shaking because I was scared because he's dressed like some sort of thug. He's not even got high vis on. It's like a black kind of tactical vest thing. I found that a bit sort of scary, and I told him more than once to go, and he didn't. And then even after that, he walks around there on my property when I've asked him to leave, but he's like, oh, I'm just going to walk around there.
Like,
He walked around there to look for a motorbike that he's on about.
Okay,
Who's in the wrong here? He is.
Well, I'm not going to ask.
Because I asked him to leave.
I'm not going to ask any questions about the incident because
what did he just say? I'm not going to ask any questions about the incident. What the fuck did he just say? Let's just.
About the incident because I don't want that in any way to.
Because I asked him to leave.
Listen.
I'm not going to ask any questions about the incident because I don't want that in any way to become an interview in any way, shape, or form.
What the fuck? You've got a copper saying, I'm not going to ask any questions about the incident. What the fuck is going on here? I can't believe that they're on fucking video saying this shit.
Way to become an interview in any way, shape, or form. But essentially, he's made this allegation.
So he's made that allegation.
He's made this allegation that you pushed him in the face with a mobile phone and then proceeded to bang on the window.
So he was happy to get the allegation and the fucking statement from the other guy, but he doesn't want to take any kind of fucking statement from this guy, apart from if it's a fucking a voluntary interview, like he's a suspect in something. Fuck off.
Of his vehicle. That's his allegation. I'll leave you all my details. And if
I've got it on video.
Yeah. I'm more than happy to.
Even on the video, I've watched it through about 6 times already now. It's on YouTube, and I've watched it over and over again just to make sure it's all uploaded correctly. And
exactly, yeah.
Not me punching his window, banging on his window, nothing. I went to shut his door. You see my hand go to his door, and then he launches the door, and it nearly hits my face, and you'll see it. Okay. So I think basically what's going to happen is.
Do you know what my question is? My question is, and I've said this from day dot. I've been doing this for 2 years, and I've said this from day dot. If you were an inspector, if you were a decent inspector with common sense and some fucking actual bollocks, and you saw something like this, that your constables were turning up at someone's door and actively saying to them, I'm not going to talk to you about the investigation. I don't want to hear your side of it. That's essentially what this guy's just said. I don't want to hear your side of it. I've got one side. I'm happy with the side I've got. I don't want to hear anything you've got to say. Wouldn't you as an inspector think, what are you doing? You're supposed to turn up and get the information before you start making decisions about restorative justice or asking people for voluntary interviews. What are you doing? This is basic policing. And you know when the police say, don't tell me my job. Are you trying to tell me my job? Yeah. Because you don't fucking know it.
I'll have to make a complaint against him, won't I? For assault.
Well, what we'll do is I'll leave you all my details, and then we'll.
He's already said he's got it on film. He's already said this is classic police behaviour. Classic. You tell the police something that they don't agree with. So he just said, "Oh, we'll leave you my details." And the guy said, "No, I've got your details. I've got it on film. Well, I'll just write them down for you." Wait, they can't be told now. They can't be told now. And I've thought this with a lot of coppers' interactions that I've seen. What are they like with former partners? What are they like with people who are out of relationships with them? Do they stalk them on Facebook and don't take no for an answer? When the wife is at home and she doesn't want sex, are they doing things to the wives that they don't want because they can't take no for an answer? Why is it the police can't take no for an answer? Why is it that domestic violence within the police is absolutely through the roof? Why is it that coercive behaviour and gaslighting within the police and relationships within the police are at an all-time fucking high? Why is that? Is it because the police can't be trusted? Is it because the police can't be trusted around vulnerable people, around people they should be there protecting? The police aren't there to protect you. They're not.
We'll arrange a suitable date time where I can invite you in for a voluntary interview, and if you wish to get legal advice in the meanwhile as to whether you wish to proceed with restorative justice, community resolution, or
correct cupcake.
If you just prefer to say your piece in a voluntary interview,
I'm in the bin, Fred.
To come to either Holbeach or Spalding at an agreed date time, and then you'd be able to present any evidence that you.
Why would he do that in an interview? Why would he do that in a voluntary police interview when all you're doing is looking for a problem for him? Because that's all these voluntary interviews are for.
You have, which you think strengthens your case as well.
Well, so what happens
Yes,
if I
sure.
say no to that then, and I say no to the voluntary thing? You're going to arrest me?
And potentially you.
What? No.
This is where you need to be steadfast, and you need to have some balls, really. You know, and I'm not saying that everyone should be like me. In fact, avoid being like me. But what I'm saying is, you don't need to be fearful of arrest. They are banking on that. Whenever you deal with the police in any way, shape, or form, their underlying threat is always that we can arrest you. We can impact your day. We can put you in a police cell, and you can potentially get a criminal record. When you stop giving a fuck about those few things, everything becomes more easy with the police. They're just people in fucking uniform. Just imagine this guy that's on the screen now is in normal clothes. Would you be intimidated by him whatsoever? This fucking wet wipe. Would you? You wouldn't, would you? You just wouldn't. But the minute they put these Ivies things on, they've got the little radio going, they've got a little fucking camera at the bottom and police written on the fucking jacket, and they've got all these bits of equipment that help them with their fucking jobs. Fuck them. They're still the fucking dummies, whether they're in uniform or out of uniform. I've got to return bail tomorrow. Fuck them. Recon, Ray, you have said many times you are not anti-policing. I'm 100%, mate. I'm not anti-police. I am not. We need coppers. But we're just, the ones we've got at the minute are just fucking dog shit. They're crap. They don't know what they're doing.
Not now, no.
All right then. See you in a bit.
Mate.
Cheers.
May I finish?
Cheers. Thanks for your time. Bye.
May I finish speaking to you?
No, fuck off. That's the way you deal with it. Fuck him. And he's still talking while he's outside the fucking thinger. He's still fucking chatting away. This was a great one. This is from years ago, actually. I know it says a year there. That's a crime bodge. What that? I'll leave you to watch that on his. Mike, hello, mate. Police at my door. The American stuff I like as well. Daniel Bostock. Oh my God. Police at the door. For those who don't know, Daniel Bostock. In fact, let's have a look at his fucking channel. Has he put anything on recently? I don't think he has. Daniel Bostock is a bit of a legend. He has been going fucking years and years and years. He's a really he reminds me a bit of Marty Blackburn because he's like someone who's very recognisable. Marty's very recognisable. His voice is recognisable, and Daniel is very clever as well. And I think Marty's a clever lad. But this guy is very clever. He's not putting anything on for a while. He's a little bit lefty. He's a little bit lefty, but I like him. He's got something about him that I like. So he's well worth a look at. He makes songs as well. He makes all these parody songs. He's really good. But UK. Fucking hell. Oh my God.
What kind of dystopia is the UK in?
Okay, what?
I don't know if,
Okay, what were you?
So, if you haven't seen this fucking clip, you will want to throw your bastard phone at the wall. Watch this.
What was it? Sorry, I don't like the camera. You can have my body cam. I can exhibit that.
She doesn't like the camera. She turned up at someone's house and she doesn't want to be filmed. But she'll video you on your private property.
Actually, I just don't like a camera, really. Okay.
She doesn't like a camera, really. The minute you hear a cop saying they don't like a camera, tell them to fuck off. Because they're corrupt. They're going to do something bad to you. What a stupid thing to fucking come out with. You've got fucking Dollface next to her.
Okay, well, I'm doing this because this is my own house and I am telling you why I'm doing it. So I just need to know.
Look at the stance as well. She's a fucking sugar bowl. The other arm's the same, the other side, 100%.
Why would she's basically viewed a post which is not an arrestable offence.
Viewed an
Yeah.
offence, that's the
Okay.
It happened in May, and you're completely fine. The only thing is,
Yeah.
we need to seize the phone at this current moment. Standing up,
Yeah.
I say to you, the phone needs to get seized from us, otherwise we will escalate this further. So,
But
with a voluntary interview.
So have you seized anyone
Well, this voluntary interview shit.
else? Is she the only child you're picking on?
interview, you'd be able to come
Have you spoken to anyone else? No, we'll come to the station now.
Do you mind letting her finish her sentence before
Yeah.
she does have to get?
Two fucking absolute cunts at the door. Two fucking dumbbells at the door. Shouldn't be anywhere near policing.
Further escalation, unfortunately.
That's fine. We'll come to the
No,
station
no,
now.
the phone isn't seized right now, and we're not able to basically get the phone. We'd have to escalate this further,
Yeah.
which means you'll do.
Listen to what she's saying. Listen to what she's saying. She's threatening to seize the phone in order for this not to get escalated further. So if they don't give up the phone, they're going to escalate this further. So what that means is they've got no rights to the phone here and now. That's what that means. There's no fucking seizure of property here. There's no seizure of property that's legal and lawful. Let's go back one a bit.
Right now, and we're not able to basically get the phone. We'd have to escalate this further,
Yeah.
which means your daughter will get arrested.
For what?
And then
Viewing a social media post? Is
I
that?
need to go with that in order to.
No, absolutely not.
What can we do to
No.
prevent destruction of evidence?
So, unlawful entry into a house to seize a phone. Now, this for me, when I watched it, was fucking shocking. You've got two absolute fucking dummies at the door, don't know what they're doing, and they're going to try and seize a girl's phone for viewing, not creating, not distributing, but viewing a social media post. If this doesn't chill your fucking spine, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Lisa,
That's fine. I would like you to leave now. I'd like you to leave.
This is why you're.
Okay, I have nothing more to say to you. A social media post. I've got nothing more to say. I'd like you to leave. You've harassed this child enough. I'd like you to leave.
Lisa, that's no worries.
Scum.
Okay.
Scum. If these two were in a police car and they're on their fucking roof on a fucking motorway, Ray's not stopping. Ray's driving on. I'm off. Shopping today. Brum brum. Shopping today. Oh look, police car on its fucking roof. Shopping today. What am I going to get? Might get a McDonald's while I'm there. Never in a million years. This is why the public have lost total faith in the police. This shit. Someone mentioned in the comments earlier, Katie Hopkins. Katie Hopkins was interviewed by police several times for calling herself a spaz on social media. She was interviewed several times for calling herself a spaz on social media. You explain to me how policing in 2026 has come to this. And you then tell me how you're scared of the police. You tell me how you can be scared of people that are like this. I would laugh my bollocks off if I got arrested for some stupid shit like that. I would sit there with my fucking feet up laughing. Because I know, given time, I'm going to make a massive amount of money out of them because I'm going to sue. I would sue the police for that shit.
What was it?
Sorry, I don't
This got me.
like the camera. You can have my body cam. I can exhibit that to you. I just don't like the camera, really.
If I was an inspector listening to this cunt saying this shit, I'd say, what are you doing? She's in her own home. She's got every right to film you. I don't care what your feelings are. I don't care why you fucking don't like a camera. Well, we all know why you don't like a camera because you know you're going to fuck it up. You're going to fuck everything up. Everything that all the bad ideas around here are you. You are you. They are you, all the bad ideas. Is that Danny J? What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh, now he's trying the key. Oh, now he's trying the key. Unbelievable stuff, isn't it? Unbelievable. He's giving up, isn't he? You give up. Fucking useless.
Don't school up. Look at this. Look. This one is struggling to enter the property. Look. Just hitting it. The man's all just behind watching. This is crazy. What's your thoughts on it?
We've had various.
Don't abuse my rights. We're sick and tired of what you're doing. Did you tell me that you're recording? I don't have to tell you. Yes, you do have to tell me under GDPR. So you failed on that. Did you identify yourself as a police officer? No, you didn't. Will you consume my show?
It doesn't matter if you're in uniform. This bullshit where they say, oh, it should be obvious I'm in uniform. I can buy. I think me and Dave McDave went somewhere a few weeks back, and I saw all this gear, and I could buy it all. I could buy the radio. I could buy the CCTV fucking body cam. I could buy this style of vest. I could buy these pants. I could buy that utility belt. I could buy that fucking that top that she's got on. I could buy all that shit. I could buy it all. I could have police printed on the back. You can actually go on to fucking Amazon now and buy police lanyards, and you could buy police IDs as well. You can get it. Yeah, you can, mate. You can get it all on fucking Temu. You can get it all fucking on Amazon. It's cheap as chips. So for her to say we're in uniform, it doesn't. Because it fucking matters, and it's not just that. It's the professional stuff. It's the professionalism. That's what I'm trying to say. The professionalism of just saying, yes, sir, I'm 448 from this station. My name's Ben or Dave or whatever. Where's the harm in that? Where's the harm?
You go and tell that to the judge when they ask you. That's much. Don't dictate to me. Don't dictate anything to me. You are alive, and you are alive to very interesting places. Now I'm asking you, if you don't have a court order, you're not investigating a crime. It's this sign here. Can you read that sign? Can you read that sign there? And then kindly.
Don't fry. Shall I film when I return bail? Depends, mate. There's nothing stopping you from going and filming because you'll be in a public place, unless you're led into somewhere where it's supposed to be private. If you're answering bail, it depends what you're answering bail for as well. Are you challenging the bail conditions, or are you just answering bail normally?
These new card.
Audits back here. Watching these go through.
So Scouse Audits, very, very good. I like Scouse Audits. He hasn't been around for a while. I don't know if he's back or whatever. It's rock bottom, Robert, mate. You're right, it's rock bottom. Rocky music class, though, isn't it? Where are they trying to get into?
Scouse Audits back here.
Details.
What kind of
Oh, here we go.
details do you need? Name? Oh, you want to go on a date or something? No, I am married, I'm telling you that now. So you got no chance. Absolutely not, especially with them outbreak.
Look how dark her eyes are. Is that makeup?
I'm aggressive.
Excuse me.
Hey! You, yeah.
I'm a female police officer.
Oh, yeah? Fucking... Your mind plays tricks.
Oh, look at this stuff.
Oh, my fucking God. Now, he's from West Yorkshire, this kid. And I saw him. I ain't being funny. But, come on. He ain't arresting me or you, is he? He's not arresting me or you. He looks about fucking 12. Don, answering bail. Normally, they want me in at 8 a.m. I live 20 miles away. The wankers, mate. What they have got to do, they've got to give you reasonable time to get there. And if you tell them you want it a bit later next time, they've got to give you that courtesy. Just say, look, I can't get here for 8. I live 20 miles away. I've got to walk, or I've got to get public transport. I'd like it at 10, or I'd like it at 11 next time. There shouldn't be any reason for them not to give you a bail call at a reasonable hour for you.
Yo, fresh out of primary school.
And you know what? This kid, He takes it with good grace. I'll give him that. He takes a bit of a ribbing and he takes it with good grace.
Yo! I'm asking you, why are you talking to me? Listen to me. We've stopped you, okay? Because your friend is.
If I can give you any advice as well, always let the coppers talk. Even if they're trying to talk over you, shut up and let them talk. It's gold. It's something that a lot of people don't do. They're trying this pissing contest, this back and forth thing. Don't do it. Whenever you're with the coppers, don't do it. Let them talk, because they will get themselves into trouble. They're thick bastards. They will get them. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to argue. You don't need to argue. Be assertive, be direct, but don't argue, because you don't need to. When it becomes a pissing contest, let them talk. Even if you could be in the middle of saying something, putting your points across, and they might jump in. Allow them to. And then finish your point later.
Is driving a car on a road.
Just getting a little taxi. Right, guys?
Yeah, why you keep holding your lip for?
What if I told you your friends?
So, what's your name, man? My name's Martin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this. The American stuff is good.
So this guy was just enjoying his meal when 6 cops showed up at his door. A spiteful neighbor had called and exaggerated her claims. So the cops find a way to escalate the whole deal. But they messed with the wrong guy this time.
Watch out,
I'm not causing a problem. I'm sitting here having my dinner, having a beer. There's no reason why 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers are.
Let me explain.
No. I'm talking right now. There's no reason why 5 officers.
Belligerence. This. Police have it in droves. Belligerence. Stood there again with his hands in his pockets. Don't care. Don't really want to fucking be there. Police are the same all over the fucking world. Police are exactly the same. Only a certain type of person becomes a copper. Predominantly wankers.
Should be standing outside my door while I'm having my dinner because my neighbor has a problem with a black guy living in this building full of Chinese people. If I'm playing my music, I don't even have a TV or a stereo in here. I just moved in here. Are you telling me the sound from my cell phone is a reason for her to come? I mean, you can come in and look. 5 officers are in the hallway right now, or 4?
Plod, nice to see you, mate. Nice to see you. I hope you're well, mate. I hope you're well. This is crazy shit, though, isn't it?
There's 6 officers in the hallway.
So there's not. So you haven't let me explain.
She wanted you to tell me to keep it down.
That's why I came up here.
Okay.
But the call was there was a fight.
Okay, so here we go. This is what it is.
But this is why you let the police talk, because what you're doing is you're giving them some rope here to fuck you up with. Because if they've come to your door and you've not let them tell you why they're there, if you were angry straight off the fucking bat, then you could be seen as in the wrong there. Let them tell you why they're there. You know, there's no harm in saying, "Can you just tell me why you're here?" Let them tell you. Don't interrupt it. Let them tell you. We're here because your neighbours have said, you know, you're swearing in the back garden or you're throwing things. Okay. Any evidence of that? Well, they've said this. And I said, no, any evidence, not hearsay. Evidence. Well, we're just here to see what you've got to say about it. Well, I'm not going to say anything about it. Have you got any evidence of me doing that apart from my neighbour saying that? Fuck off. Shut the door. Simple as that. Don, I've made that mistake too many times. It's easily done, mate. It's easily done. Before I knew about the law and before I knew about how the police's brains work, because that's all you've got to do. You've got to know how their minds work, and you've cracked it then. I was a person that would talk too much. My mum was the same. My mum would be asked fucking one question and give 10 answers. Now I've learned, you know, you only say something when you're confident in what you're saying.
He probably said it was physical. And so I'm letting you know, if there's a problem, it's coming from her, not me. You can knock on her door and talk to her. Quit bothering me. I'm not causing a problem in this building. I'm literally just got out of surgery. It's unreasonable to have 4 officers in the hallway and 2 downstairs.
That has nothing to do with
it literally does. It literally does.
The situation is you need to be
No,
quiet.
I don't need to close my door.
Have you noticed when he starts getting authoritative, he'll step forward? My advice to you is never step back. Never step backwards. When they start stepping forward, never step backwards. Stand your ground. this is another common tactic by the police. It's there to intimidate, and it's there to make you feel like you're the one that's on the end of everything. You're not. You can stand there as much as you want. If a copper's getting in within 2 inches of you, tell them, I'm not moving backwards, you're stepping towards me. If you don't get out of my space, I'm going to move you out of my space. Now, what you will get is, if you touch me, if you threaten me, we'll have you for assault police. Won't wash in court. Just won't wash in court.
Excuse me.
And have you
Arrested because my door is open.
We're going to conduct
Okay,
that.
then do
Okay?
that then. Do that then.
If she wants
Do
to
that
we
then.
can do
Do
that.
that then.
Okay, right
And
now,
you're really
we've
being
done our
threatening
job,
right now.
and
No,
we're
you're
gonna
not doing your job. You're being obnoxious. Yeah.
It is time for you to leave. You're a fucking prick.
Mercy side, please come to the door. There, no. David, no. Entry will be forced.
The amount of times I've seen police talk about how much they love doing this, you know, I'd be a millionaire if I could have a pound for each time I've seen coppers talk about forcing entry to people's homes. You must be a complete fucking psychopath if you enjoy doing this. You must be a complete fucking wanker. And bearing in mind, I know that people get raided for drugs. I know people get raided for all sorts of stuff. But a lot of the time, it's for petty things. But they get the door put in. They get, you know, fucking... The harassment from the police to the public is absolutely disgusting. Shit. Doing? Wait to treat that. Did we change in the bathroom? Oh my god. Still can't get it.
Boy, Rex, look at this. Someone's had a right bad day, haven't they? You can't park there, mate. That's a tree spot.
Oh, brilliant. Another comedian. Listen, pal, unless you fancy a chat about public obstruction, I'd suggest you take your dog and walk.
All right. No need to get your truncheon in a twist. Come on, Rex. Let's leave the professionals to it. Boy, Rex, look at this. Someone's had a right bad day, haven't they?
In the UK.
How far are you going to go with the conversation if I don't answer any of your questions? I'll keep talking. But it goes nowhere. Yeah. It's like we're going to be out here until you cooperate. So you're going to keep me company, or you're going to figure out what's going on? Company. So if a lot of work, and I go inside, would you follow me? Huh? Would you keep me company if I go back inside and close the door? That's one way to find out, buddy. Mm-hmm. Am I being detained?
What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say to the public. There's only one way to find out, but you wouldn't trust them around your family, would you? How can you trust the police? I mean, this is America, obviously, but it's the same over here. It's the same over here. Wayne Couzens. Let's talk about. I mean, he's the most famous of them all, isn't he? But and I can name you a lot: Adam Provan, Terry Cook, Ian Nord. Vile pieces of shit that you might not have heard of, but are just pieces of fucking shit. Dave Carrick, another one. These are people that that would have been around your friends and family. These are people that would have been allowed to be around your friends and family. Child molesters, rapists, kidnappers, murderers, and all. Well, with Wayne Couzens, all that the Met did was negate anything that would have shown them in a bad light. They tried to circumnavigate all of the things that would have brought eyes and ears on their unit, which was, I think it was with the Parliamentary Diplomatic Protection bollocks. The PDAP, I think they're called. He was with them. And they've got a really bad fucking history, a really bad history.
What do you think, dude? You're on the clock, you're an officer, you enforce the law. Am I being detained or am I free to go? I mean, I need you to be an officer and not play games with me. I do that. I mean, you're on the clock. You play games with you. You're on the clock. Am I being detained, officer? I must be.
What a weird guy. What a weird copper. Fred, police predators were rife in the 80s. 100%, mate. Yeah, I mean, people like look back on past policing and they say, oh, it was better in the old days, good old fashioned policing and all this shit. It wasn't. It wasn't. It's exactly the same as it is now as it was back then. The only thing is we've got more. It's easy for us to like see them for what they are because social media is fantastic for it.
You've been caught.
This cunt.
You've been caught on one of those.
This cunt. I don't know whether you've seen this fucker before, but he's a fucking absolute tool, this guy. He did a video the other day of telling you how to safely go into a fucking drive-through at McDonald's. You couldn't make it up.
You've come into custody. So let's have a little look around where you're going to go. So on the front of the door here, we've got a little thing so we can see.
A blind.
We've got the hatch there where we can partially.
And please be aware, I want to make you really aware about police cells. Now, they don't all look like this. I've been in a few. The ones I've looked at nowadays, they look like this, but the ones I've been in, shithole. They've got a bog and a fucking wall in the corner, and that's it. Well, one did, one didn't. This is all designed to make you feel like you're in prison. It's designed to make you feel like you're going to spend the rest of your life there. Don't worry about getting arrested. Fuck me. You're going to be in there for less than 24 hours. 100%. You're going to be in there less than 24 hours. And you will earn some money off it, I promise you. If you get arrested and you've done nothing wrong, and I'm not talking about criminals here, I don't help criminals, but if you've been arrested and you've done nothing wrong, or there's been a justification for what you've done, I will send you the stuff you need to sue. The last time I did this, the last got £1,750.
Through maybe a hot drink or something. That's not the person that's in the cell at the moment. That's the person who checked it. So if we open up the door and go in.
Correct, Howard.
It's not particularly hospitable, but you do get a pillow. And here as well.
Voice is so reviews on the internet. I can do that. Fucking hell.
So we'll put that on there.
I could have done one of them the other day.
There's your comfy pillow.
Can we see you lie on it just to tell us how comfy it is?
Yeah, it might take me a while to get up.
Can you imagine that? I mean, to say it might take me a while to get up. Fucking useless bastard.
Oh, you've been.
That's where they all should be. That's the irony of this fucking image is absolutely cracking because all the coppers should be in this position in a police cell.
Naughty. You've been badly behaved.
Can't even get up.
This isn't the one. Except this does not look like a nice toilet to use.
It's not.
What does he mean? It doesn't look like a nice toilet to use. It's a shithole. You're going to shit in it. It looks fairly clean to me. I went in one in Birmingham near Handsworth. There was no toilet there. Fucking some bloke had fucking shit up the wall.
Not great, if we're honest. No, and there's your single ply toilet paper. Should you require it?
There really is no way of getting out of here. Like it's very much secure.
No, so this is a very new custody centre as well. So as you can see, it's a lot better than some.
They're all a shithole.
So what are these for? Intercoms to call your family?
Your intercom so that you can get through to the front desk. And then
just keep when you're in there, just keep pressing it for the whole time you're in there. Just keep talking to him. I'm watching you.
Your little sink there that can be shut off if you try and do anything with it that you shouldn't do.
So that's it, really. That's a cell here in Exeter.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Had you been drink driving or anything else for that matter, this is where you'd be locked up.
Yeah.
So can I hear the noise though? Because this makes a hell of a crash.
You can hear the noise, but you know, at the end of the day, it ain't worth it. It's just not worth it.
It's these little things. It's these little things that they try and implant into your brain. That noise of the door shutting. So fucking what? So what? Princess, hello, mate. Fucking arseholes.
It could be worse. Police are trying to break down this rock-solid composite door, but how many attempts do you think it took?
Go on. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, useless. 5. I'm in the 20s now, this useless bastard. Oh, come on. All the drugs are being flushed down the toilet while he's doing this. Useless. $60 bashes. Try the handle. Yeah, you can try the handle. You can. Oh, come on. He's taking the wall out. Composite doors are fantastic, by the way. What the fuck is going on here? A streak. This is unbelievable stuff. Oh my god. But he's knackered. He's knackered.
Police are trying to break down this.
What to do if the police knock on your door during a party?
Touching my feet, cuz! Cool, very soon. Yeah, I bet you will, mate. Cool. We'll pass that easy.
I think you will.
I said cool, bro. Mate, I'm off there until you feed and have enough.
Oh, yeah. Right. Do you want to look at some trans stuff? Let me just get some chocolate. One sec. I need a bit of sweet stuff. That's better. Mike, I miss Focus Pocus. I think he'll be back soon. So what I heard from Focus, I spoke to him the other day. Well, it was the other day, maybe a month or two ago. And he said he'd been arrested and he'd had his stuff seized. Now, they can keep your stuff for fucking ages. So he's probably got the footage that he needs to show you, but he can't get hold of it. Right, so have a look at this.
Code dust situation. This flash dust magnet is effective on 100% of dust and has my place back to clean in no time.
TUI gives you
Wrong
more.
house, yeah.
More confidence you got the best deal thanks to the TUI price match promise.
I have to admit that what's happening here.
Bigots be gone.
Bigots be gone. Does that mean me? Am I part of that? Is that what you think? Oh, well, what would make me a bigot for stating a biological fact?
Well, I guess I trust my son.
Right, okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying.
Me as a woman, don't you?
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, you're a woman. Sorry, mate. You're a woman.
Go in the women's toilets.
Oh.
Pardon?
You think Lewis should
Now,
go in
what
the
that
women's
is,
Lewis-
I had to learn this.
Right. The thing is, right.
So from the forearm, they have a penis made. They sometimes do it from the thigh. But they have a todger made from their arm. Which, I mean, it's a feat of ingenuity, I'll give them that. But just because you've had a cock grafted onto you doesn't mean you're a man.
Sorry?
Do you think Lewis should go in the women's toilets?
Absolutely
Right.
not.
Here's the thing, Lewis, right? Men.
But the law now is that Lewis has to go in the women's toilet.
You have to go in, Lewis.
Yeah.
Well, because I was born a girl, do you know what I mean? So apparently I should go in the women's, but I think it wouldn't go down
So
well.
you're biologically a female?
Yeah.
It's a
So-
fantastic transformation, I will give you that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
No, I
loads
really thought you'd transition from.
It is much, much, much easier for a female to transition into a male and be more accurately looking like a male. Much, much easier.
A man to a woman.
I put a bit more effort in one time.
Listen.
Well, I've got to say, I have seen bits of this before. This Lewis character, it seems, from what I saw, I may have got this wrong, like quite a genuine person.
Men aren't afraid of women going into their spaces, but women are afraid of men going into their spaces. It's a difficult situation. I'll take that.
Well, that's all right, cheers. But I think the problem is I think the problem is you're seeing trans women as men, because of course men shouldn't be in women's spaces, but trans women, are women. And
no, they're not. No, they're not. Let's not play games. No, they are not.
It's being trans. Being trans is a biological thing. It is
No, it's not. It's a mental fucking thing.
Actual thing that exists. You know what I mean? It's not the right word to say, but sometimes I class it as a condition.
It's a condition. It's a mental condition.
I can't help that I'm a trans guy. Do you know what I mean? I was born that way. I felt that way my whole life. If I could choose, I wouldn't be. But my brain is wired that way to be that. So it works the other way as well. And for me, being
that makes sense. No, absolutely. I mean, but there's this sense of
never ever like a girl. From the age of 4.
Could happen to anyone, really. Could be a tomboy.
And that's what I always say. You can happen to anyone, and you get good and bad people, whoever. Do you know what I mean?
Wouldn't you be happy being a tomboy?
Well, no, because
You know what the problem is? It's not the problem that Lewis wants to be a man. I ain't got a fucking issue with that. If Lewis wants to be a man, he can be a man. Sorry, a trans man. My issue is, don't drag me into it. Don't force me to be calling you a man when I don't think you are a man. If Lewis, who is a woman transitioned into a man, said to me, if I met the person and they said to me, I want you to call me a man, I would never do that, because they're asking me to then lie about the truth. But if Lewis asked me, instead of calling him what their old name was, maybe Sarah or whatever, and they want me to call them Lewis, I've got no issue with calling that person Lewis, no issue whatsoever. If that's your new name, that's your new name, no problem.
Always knew my body was should have been a male body, so I dressed like a boy. I was like a tomboy. I looked like a boy. People thought I was a boy, but when I took my clothes off at the end of the day, I had a female body, and I felt never.
There's lots of trans men that look like Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. And there's loads of trans women. And so I think that's the problem. Like,
I didn't want to get a quick selfie with
you.
Oh my fucking God. Why?
I followed you for years.
Okay, so is this person, I don't know this person, is this person famous? And I asked the question, and so it is that this person comes up. So, who are they? Oh, fuck me. Lewis Hancock's. Please fucking tell me that that's a joke. Fucking Lewis Hancock's. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Oh, sweet Jesus. Lewis Hancock's. Fucking hell. You couldn't make it up. He's got 1 point fucking... Oh, God. Oh, fuck my life. I said to the universe, is this person famous? And immediately it comes up, Lewis Hancock's. Fucking hell. Oh, I'm crying. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Fucking hell. 1.3 million fucking subscribers on what? What's this on? Is this on YouTube? Must be. Got to be on YouTube. Fuck, that's a lot. That's a lot. So they're a bit famous, yeah. Of course.
These guys.
Can we get pictures with you?
Where do we follow you? Lewis Hancock's is my name.
Yeah, Lewis Hancock's films.
Films?
Films. Video. He's got 1 million followers.
He's got 1 million followers, guys.
This to me is where it starts to get fucking grey. Okay, and I'll tell you why. For the longest time, I've thought that the LGBTQ plus bollocks is all about attention seeking, and attention, whether it's negative or not. They're desperate for it. They're desperate to be seen. They're desperate to be looked at as some kind of fucking, like martyr of, oh, I would do anything for my trans siblings. Fuck off. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care what you want to call yourself. I don't care. As long as it doesn't affect me and mine. I don't care.
After the picture, can I ask you a serious question?
I'm going to get a picture with you if it's okay, Lewis.
How do you feel as Lewis's mum?
I was absolutely devastated, you know,
Right.
because when he told him, I always knew that he was like a boy. I didn't know, because we're going back, because Lewis is 37, so we're going back a long time. And I did go to school with somebody.
It's your fault, love.
Tile Survive has to be one of the most relaxing and comforting games of 2026. There's no pressure, and it's super
It's your
easy to play.
fucking fault.
You don't need to stay online all day, and there's no endless grinding either. Just hop in whenever you feel like it. Collect some materials, upgrade your camp, and watch your survivors go about their lives. With just a few taps, you can slowly build your own little world in the middle of the apocalypse.
No, mate.
The whole game feels calm and cozy, perfect for relaxing and passing the time. And the best part, it's completely free. Go download it and start having fun.
What did they call it? That
a girl who was like a boy. And so I knew that you could record sex change.
Angela, hello, mate.
Lewis to have to go through that.
So what I like this, because most of the time we get...
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
All right, thank you. How are you?
Knackered, but I'm getting there. I'm doing all right.
Good. Is my fan too loud in the background? Let me know.
No, I can hear loud and clear, I think. I'm just trying to get this a little bit shorter. There we go.
Label this, that, and the other, and it's like it's not. And you know when you're speaking to us, we're not aggressive, we're not abusive. No. We're just like, okay, we want to understand. We want to appreciate.
But she had a sign that said, what did it say? Something about bigots.
I didn't see.
What you're doing. What I was most frightened of, because first one came out as a lesbian, because a lot of people say, why can't you just be happy being a lesbian? Yeah, he's attracted to females. And I thought, yay, he's going to settle for being a lesbian. That was at 18, 19, he told me he wanted to transition. I didn't know what it involved. If I knew what it involved, I would have been even more terrified, because the amount of surgeries.
Well, I've noticed that he...
So I don't know what you think, Angela, but for me, this is a mother that has been forced to accept what their kid, this Lewis, has decided to do for themselves. How do you? I mean, I don't know if you've got kids, Angela, but how do you navigate that?
I think I just think personally that, and Joe, when all the trans debate and stuff was going on, and Joe to do with the puberty blockers and stuff in Parliament recently, I think that is just outrageous. Having them so young is just horrific. But I do think, Joe, because we don't understand what it can be like, because growing up, I never questioned my identity, never did. I was just Angela, and I never even thought, I'm a girl, or do you know what I mean? I don't know about you. Did you ever think, I'm a boy? It never, at a young age, teenage, it never even dawned on me. You just were, aren't you? And so I can't ever put myself in a situation where I think where they must be in their head to be not comfortable within their own skin. And so, does that make sense? So I can't even imagine how it must be for them. And I do think there's a massive difference between gender and sexuality.
Yeah.
And I think it's...
Well, when you say sexuality, though, what do you mean?
Like, so there was the trans couple down the road here. The most weirdest thing is that you had the guy who turned into a girl and the girl turned into a guy. How bizarre.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's just weird, isn't it, on its own? And they ended up having a baby. Weird. Yeah. And then, but the girl who turned into a boy, the woman turned into a boy, oh God, she ended up staying as female after she had the baby because she had that maternal instinct. And so that left the guy turned into the woman, fucking hell, all over the place because he was meant to be mum, do you know? So it's all just a bit fucked up. But so sexuality in the sense of, do you know how they thought she was going to be a lesbian then? That Lewis.
Yeah.
Then so for me, it's more than just sexuality. It's whether she's a lesbian or not. The fact that if he feels like he's a guy, then he's not gay. He will still be straight because he would still like girls. But is that right? I don't know. What I've just said doesn't make sense either. So I don't know.
that does make sense, that, because I know what you're saying. So, and I can't understand how it gets to the point where you think, oh, fucking hell, I'm in the wrong body here. And I'm sure that there's some genuine people who think that they genuinely think 24/7, I'm in the wrong fucking body and there's a problem here. I genuinely think there's some people out there that do it. But I also think, I don't know what you think about this, but there's a lot of pressure on young people to conform to the way their peers are as well. And I think that plays a big part in this shit.
Yeah. It could be like a fashion thing, not fashion, but like it's an in thing, isn't it? To be. There's one of his videos recently. That guy, Matrix guy, he's quite good. I watched some of his videos, and there's one of them where he was having a conversation with some teenagers where they were only at school still. I think they're probably about 14, 15, and they were just, their attitude was awful, but they didn't quite get why they were acting like, I suppose, gender fluid more than anything. I mean, gender fluid, never even heard of it at school. It's like you're either boy or girl, do you know what I mean? And it was, but they're quite happy to call each other they, them, it, that, whatever. Do you know?
Yeah.
Don't know. I feel like I'm being a bit rude and disrespectful then by saying it and that, but it's, I find it.
Do you know what I think the problem is for like people like such as me and you? I mean, I'm in my early 40s, mate, and I find trying to get my head around the way younger people think about the world is a little bit difficult for me, because I don't know, it's a bit of autism maybe I've got, that I'm quite black and white in the way I see the world, mate. I think if something's right, it's right. If something's wrong, it's wrong. And there's very little space in between. And maybe that's a fault I've got in my brain. But I just think to myself, do these young people now genuinely believe that they're in the wrong body, or that they are, you know, a fox or, you know, an attack helicopter? And do they really believe that? Or are they just playing along with a part of what their friends are doing in order to so that they don't feel so alone? Do you not think it is? I think a lot of them are lonely.
Yeah, it could be wanting to fit in as well, isn't it? And it's wanting to feel like it is a personal identity, and it's not feeling like they've got their own identity. And with social media, it's that I think pushed it so much as well, where everyone's got the social media influences where they're pushing out all these different things, and the lack of identity is there because at school, going out with your mates, and that doesn't seem to happen anymore. I don't know.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of stuff's done online. A lot of stuff is done, you know, at a distance as well, which I don't think that's good. Let's have a look at this kid. I hate these.
Mom, Dad's been away working for a whole year. We finally get to see him today, right?
That's right, honey.
AI bollocks.
He works to surprise him.
Dad's over there.
You are here to kill us and destroy us from within. Get out of my fucking way. Move, man. Move yourself.
Let's find the puppy dog, boys. What does Trans Pride Manchester mean to you? In the alphabet, where does pup play come?
Move yourself, yeah? Get the fuck out. Engulf this man in holy fire. Pride is a protest.
I like your moves.
Fuck us.
Was that Louis Spence?
HRT over the counter and for free.
Are you on HRT?
I'm not now. We will not disappear.
What's that fucking thing? His name? Grot bags. Remember grot bags? This is
I
fucking
think it is. Somebody that the door.
If that's not a forced kiss, I don't know what is.
Exactly. It's things like that just.
Like, genuinely, everything about you disgusts me. Take my seating area. I do not give you permission.
Do you remember that Tango advert years ago where they got
Yeah.
Fuck me, these people.
You fucking reprobate! You disgust me!
Sounds like my ex. In the street.
It's called Cottager's Cove. What happens down there then?
I'll tell you what, I don't know whether you've seen Charlie Veitch's Cottager's Cove videos, but fucking hell. They are, honest to God, there's a place, I don't know if you've heard of this, but there's a place in Manchester, and it's called Cottager's Cove, and it's under this bridge thing here, and it must be like the Olympics of fucking pulling the top off it when you're down there, because there's about 7 blokes, all with a, pumping the fist. And you've got kids and stuff walking through here. You've got like bike riders and normal people. And then you met with a bunch of fucking knobs, literally. You couldn't make it up.
What's going on?
There's not any sense of decorum to like stay at home and do it, or
the so-called.
At least go to a decent dogging area if you're interested in it.
Oh, hang on a minute. Do you mean to each other?
No.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
No, behave. Oh, that is outrageous. That's made me. Oh God.
It's fucked, I tell you.
Say about that. That's awful. That's just scandalous.
It's bad shit.
We're always told that there's this community under the banner of LGBTQIA+. Oh, we've got a put Playboy there. I presume they come under the plus.
This is fucked.
The put plays. Yeah, but this is very exclusive today. It's the T. Maybe it's the TQ.
Yeah, it'd be the T.
But it's they always try and say
Billy Moore rocked up as well. I don't know how I feel about Billy Moore. Have you watched this stuff?
This today is the T.
Yeah, I watched some of it, but not a lot.
Have you seen the route for the march?
I'm not keen on him, I don't know what it is. I don't think he's a bad guy, but there's just something about him I'm not keen on.
Upper Princess Street, all the way down to St. Peter's Square, then left, then down Oxford Street.
Let's get into the fucking good stuff. Let's get into the...
Like that, you get the money.
Back along that way.
Yeah.
That's... Then buy food and stuff, it's one thing, isn't it? But money, I don't think it's good.
Yeah.
True. Thank you. They might disagree with you over there. Right. Your dad chorus. We're gonna trans your dad.
No compliance, no retreat. We will march in every street. No compliance, no.
Do you remember a program on TV called The Raggy Dolls?
Yes.
Whenever I see this fucking shit, it reminds me of The Raggy Dolls.
Yeah.
Sophie!
No compliance, no retreat. We will march in every street.
How you doing, Sophie? All right? Okay.
Right, okay. So, who's employing these people? If you went through a fucking job interview and these turned up and you were doing the interview, what position could you give them?
Exactly. I don't think they would turn up like that though to an interview, do you? That's what I think's hypocritical about them. I don't think they would go like this to job interviews. And if their employers were to see them like this, I think they'll be questioning their employability. Is it?
Oh, fucking hell, terrible. Yeah.
Sophie and I have history together. And by saying that, we met in London.
Right, so the way when I see a trans woman, I can 9 times out of 10 know if they're a trans woman. 9 times out of 10. There's some certain tells that I've got. Big hands, like fucking goalkeeper fucking hands, right? I'll look at that first. But also, it's tits, right? So, if I see like this woman here, I'm guessing. Do you see that looks like a wig to me?
Yeah.
Does that look like a wig to you?
I don't know, I couldn't say for definite. I'll be, yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it? I always look at the tits to see if they look correct. Are they fake? Are they the right shape? Is it just something that's been shoved down into a bra? But then I also look at like ankles as well, because and you shouldn't have to try and work it out. You shouldn't have to fucking work it out.
Left
the thing is though, why?
Oh, they're trying to catch us out.
They've always got a fucking walking stick. They've always got a walking stick. Fucking Pip. That's what they're after. It's Pip play. Fucking hell.
How you doing, Mr. Angry? Are you okay? No, they're not. Read the sign. Read the sign.
He's got some bollocks, hasn't he? Give him that.
Yeah.
Hi there.
I do think though, Jerry said then about working them out. Do we need to be doing that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so they are who they are, walking on the street. And don't get me wrong, I think when you see some of them, you're like, ah, holy fuck, how and why? Like, but they're getting on with their day, we're getting on with ours. They don't impact our lives as
100%. 100%. Yeah, I
I
completely
get what
agree.
you're saying.
The thing is, though, it's the human reaction.
Yeah.
Your brain wants to work things out. It wants to understand the world around it. So what you'll find is, I think, with children, when they're, say, if a children sees like someone who's disfigured, they'll stare.
Yeah.
And they're not staring because they want to be nasty, or they're staring because their brain is trying to work out, oh, hang on a minute, that person's eye is not correct, or that person's lip is drooping a little bit. Why is that? And I think we always will have that curiosity of, you know, and especially if someone's dressed as a fucking dingbat as well, because if, hang on a minute, hang on a minute, let's go back to where that, I presume he's a woman. I mean, you can never fucking tell. I mean, look at this. Look, I mean, if I saw this person, you know, skating along past me and I'm outside Greg's waiting for my sausage roll and I see this person, I'm going to do a double take.
Yeah.
Because firstly, I'm looking for the carer. I'm just thinking, hang on a minute, is someone looking after this person? You know,
Yeah.
that's the first thing I think. Whereas the person in the middle here, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Oh, you might glance over and for a slight instant, you might think, oh, that's maybe, you know, a tomboy or whatever, or, you know, might be you wouldn't even think about it really. But this, you know, Mickey Mouse fucking Wonderland here, there's constant fucking problems here.
Is that what you're saying?
What would you, is that a woman or a man?
Do you know what? I struggle with it. I don't know. I struggle with it.
The Wachowski brothers that try and rewrite history. Yeah.
It's some crazy shit.
Don't get angry. It's not good for your blood pressure.
The audio on that's quite low, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah.
That
Who goes to a fucking protest on roller skates? You tell me.
Crazy.
You know.
You're smiling. That's why I want to talk to you.
Oh, there's more here. Is this fucking rollerball or something? Fucking, is this two protests in fucking one?
You don't deserve any attention at all.
Oh, did you hear what she just said? It's a woman, 100% that's a woman. She said, you don't deserve any attention at all. No, because you want it, don't you? What the fuck is this?
Which one?
This fucking thing sticking out with cross-hole. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
This is a meeting of the furries and the trans. Can you tell?
What the fuck is that? Looks like something off the Wicker Man. Fucking hell.
Was that rabbit done it from that Five Nights at Freddy's or something?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, what was that other one? Donnie Darko. Have you seen Donnie Darko?
I haven't.
That fucker.
Tell me what you're here for today.
Oh, another one. What the fuck's that next to him?
Look at that.
Oh, here we go. Someone's dressed as a fucking brownie.
Look at the aggression there.
Oh, the two of them. Fucking hell.
See the aggression of these
Christ.
men. This fella here, I know.
I'll tell you what, this is where I come unstuck in stuff like this. When someone starts fucking touching me, there's going to be a bastard problem. I can't stand it.
He's so angry. He's so angry.
I'll just fucking punch his tyre. That's what I'd do. Fuck him.
You're being watched. You're being watched by the police. So the furries have joined the Trans Pride March.
Look at the fucking walking stick again. Another walking stick, another pip claim. Do you know what gets me? Right? It'll 100% be claiming pip. How did he explain this away? That he can't get a fucking job? How did he explain that? I can go on a fucking march with all my mates dressed as bastard brownies, but I can't get a job. I've got a walking stick here.
Yeah. And
100%, mate, he's got a fucking onesie on. That's a fucking onesie as well.
So I don't know if the furries come under the cube.
What the fuck is that next to him? What's this? with the fucking blue hair? Oh my God.
They come under the plus banner. Who knows? Oh, this is interesting because we've got the Iranians down here. So we've got a clash of cultures.
The Iranians
got
are
an
at the
Iranian
bottom.
march coming up.
Hey.
Hello, how you doing? Oh, look at that.
Fucking with it.
And who was that woman, the
Keeps
man
doing that to
walking
me,
then
keeps
with
surrounding
the
me.
pushing
Yeah.
speaking?
Yeah.
I wonder, it's because... It's a good job I'm really calm, isn't it? And I'm non-confrontation.
Hey, oh, look. Yeah. Fucking, what's that called? One of them fucking walkers.
Yeah, and it managed to let go of that and put the flag up at the same time. How?
Yeah. Fucking unbelievable stuff.
No, non-aggressive, unlike yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Maybe you need to take some more estrogen to calm you down a little bit, maybe. Pardon? Yeah.
Do you know what I'll do? I'll jump on the back and just say where we off to. I'll jump on the back and say, you give me a back to somewhere, you cunt.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You think, what, the police? I'm trying to get away from you. But I'm trying to get away from you. But
Do you know what I'll do? I'll take a bike lock with me next time to put it through the wheel.
Okay, never
You know me.
look at him, just look at him. This is real. It's really good footage. You make you ow.
We'll get on now.
You just
I'll get
bang
on.
into my leg.
Yeah.
Look, you keep backing into me. Okay. You keep backing into me. Officer, this man keeps in.
Oh, these might as well be fucking joining the way they're fucking dressed. Jackboot thugs, these. Look at them.
impeding my progress. He keeps stopping me from walking.
Yeah, ignore the fact that he's just reported someone stopping him from fucking walking. Oh, we'll just ignore that. We'll pretend like he didn't say that.
What language?
I fucking can't stand him.
You
Look, let
keep
go
following me,
again
so I'm
then.
going to run away from you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to run away from you lot.
What the fuck is this?
Fucking hell.
Fucking hellfire. You can't not walk past these people and think fucking absolute fucking helmet. You can't.
I go where it's these are look! Whoa, look at that!
Move, get out.
I'm trying to move, but you're in the way.
Move out of
No.
shit, man. Get out of my fucking way. Move, man. Move
yourself.
Move yourself.
Look at
Move
this,
yourself.
look.
Yeah? Get the fuck out.
Look at this.
You see, I can't let someone do that to me.
Right.
Steve's got patience and job here. I can't
Yeah, I
let
don't
someone
know.
Fucking hell.
Hey, don't get so angry, mate. Your blood pressure's got to go up. You know, your blood pressure. All right, mate.
Oh.
Mate.
Right, all right then. Fucking Mel B here, right? Man or woman?
The man, I think. A man. Yeah.
I'm
Definitely
a man as well.
Yeah.
You'll end up being arrested, and that won't be good for your blood pressure. It won't be good for you. It's not good for your community. All right.
I mean, fucking hellfire. Look at it.
Yeah. It's like they lose track, don't they, of like what they're actually there for and what they're doing and just focus on the hate, and they just lose all credibility, I think, man, and it's sad.
Do you know what? I'm all for people being what they want to be. As long as you're not hurting no one else, you can be gay, straight, fucking whatever. As long as you don't affect me, I'm fine with it. But this, in towns and cities across the UK, every bastard weekend, you know, when you're just trying to have a fucking day off work or whatever, and you see these bollocks going off, fucking hell. I mean, what's this behind him? What's this? Fucking hell.
Jesus.
You got
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer here on the fucking left.
Oh my God.
Fuck me. Unbelievable stuff. Oh, here we go. Fucking loves young fucking dreamer here. Fucking hell, look at the state. You can tell she's got anxiety written all over her fucking face. This one's on all the fucking weed, all of it. Fucking, there's a guy to the fucking left of him now. Where the fuck he bought that shirt from? The shop needs to be shut down. The coppers here need some fashion police and get him fucking arrested. Quick sticks. Oh, fucking hell.
I'm trying to get out of the way. Somebody's chasing me with a bike.
Right, okay. Pop quiz, man or woman?
Which one? Sorry.
This one in green, man or woman?
I say woman, I don't know.
I will probably agree with you without hearing the voice.
In there. Oh, there's Batman. Batman!
It's the Batman.
What's that guy with the bike, Billy? He's getting dead.
I thought fucking Billy Moore then had ground about a foot. Fucking hell. I'm up off the bench.
I know.
Kid.
He wants me to react. That's the thing. I'm not going to.
He's a big one.
Whoa.
Is this guy
Yeah.
small?
Yeah, I think he might be.
I have to keep
Yeah.
moving. No problem. With my favourite people. Yeah. He's a target, mate. What? Oh, right.
Yeah, he must be. Because Billy Moore's not that tall, is he?
All right. Nice one, mate. Thank you. I was going to say, I think aggressive bike man's gone, but he's back here now.
He's back on his bike. Look, you know.
Don't ram your bike into me. Come on. Play fair. But I know that men don't play fair. Look, here we go. Look, there we go. And again.
I'd just give him the biggest wedgie in the world. I'd lift his bike up and just that crossbar goes straight up his arsehole.
Yeah.
You do as you're fucking told.
There you go.
Yeah.
His man's turned up as well.
What? That's the guy, yeah, definitely.
That's definitely a geezer. Do you know what?
Yeah.
I ain't being funny now, and I like him. Looks like Marty Blackburrow. Fucking does, doesn't he? That's fucked.
Yeah.
Marty's gone the other way.
There you go. It's getting told off.
That's the worst pride flag, trans flag ever. The pink has gone died.
It's, yeah. I wouldn't even call it pride flag. It looks more like Ukraine or something. I don't know. Probably not Ukraine. I don't know.
This fucker looks 100% like Jeffrey Dahmer. This one. 100%. The one person you don't want taking any interest is Jeffrey Dahmer fucking 2, innit?
Yeah.
Doggy mask.
What the fuck is this? What's with this fucking mask thing? Oh my god.
This is where they identify cats and dogs and stuff as well. Is that
right? So me and the missus went to what's called a sex expo maybe 6 years ago.
Yeah.
It was at the Excel Centre, which is in London. So next door to it is the Cake and Bake Expo, which my missus, she bakes cakes, right? So there's like mixers, there's cakes on display. She wanted to go there. So we got the tickets, we went down, we're having a look around the cake thing. It's a bit fucking boring. And I said to her, do you know what's next door? The Sex Expo, we should go in there. And she said, yeah, let's go in there. Fuck me, that place. We walked in, it cost about fucking 50 quid each to get in. So I thought, this better be money well spent here.
Yeah.
We walk in. The first thing that we see is a massive stage, and the Chippendales are on. So she stays there for a good half an hour, of course. So I'm having a look round, and I see that they're having a best in show contest, right? These bastards with the fucking masks on, doing tricks with their owners, rolling over, having the stomachs tickled, you know, lipsticks popping out every 2 fucking minutes. Unbelievable stuff.
what the fuck?
Terrible.
Fucking hell.
Fucking bad shit.
Okay, so, no, I don't. I want to have conversations
That's a geezer. That's a geezer.
with men like you.
With men like you.
Let's hope he listens to that.
Yeah.
Let's hope he listens to that. Fucking
We'll
hell.
see. He probably won't. He'll get arrested.
Look
Hello?
at me.
Oh, come on. Go on, do it again. I dare.
Fucking Harry Potter. Oh my fucking god. Look at the fucking state. It's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this lineup here. Holy fucking shit! You've got fucking cosplay fucking Gaza on the right, Harry Potter, super Harry Potter in the fucking middle. You've got fucking Bart Simpson next to him, and then you've got the fucking geezer in the wig at the back.
Yeah, Jesus.
The land is fucked.
Yeah, could say that.
It's crazy shit. Ross, good to see you, mate, in the chat. Hello, mate. Come on, you fuck.
At least you did it with a smile on your face, mate. All right, okay. Oh, don't push me. Right, where's the puppy boys? Let's
There's
find
the
the puppy
puppy
dog
boys. Let's have a look.
Oh, you keep coming close to me as well.
That's a geezer. That's a geezer. 100%. That's a geezer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where,
Yeah.
In the alphabet, where does pup play come? All right, because does
You can't. Do you know what? This is what makes it really weird to me, because I'm all for people having the right to protest. I'm all for that, whether it's Gaza and all that bollocks. Even though I think the cranks, you've got the right to do it. But I just think to myself, this isn't about like trans, and this isn't about like gay rights at all. This is about this bloke and his mate coming outside and practicing this is a sexual fetish. This is nothing more than a sexual fetish. And
I agree.
they're doing this outside in front of kids and stuff, and I don't like that shit.
it come in the Q
Yeah, I
or
agree
the
with you.
plus? What is it? Is it the plus? Because it's not the T.
Have you noticed as well, they've always got these fucking massive headphones around the fucking heads?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that for? Like,
Adam's apple, do you think, to try and disguise it, maybe? Or
it could be. But I think, is
don't
it
know.
something to do with like anxiety?
Yeah. The people wear headphones, autism, people with autism, children with autism, don't they? Yeah.
Kids do, yeah. Yeah, they do, yeah, to like block out the noises and stuff.
Yeah.
So, what does Trans Pride Manchester mean to you? Oh, he's back!
The bloke on the fucking bike is
I
back.
gotta move. Oh, you
Marty's back, look. Marty fucking Blackbrook's back.
Oh,
trying to trip me up? Are you trying to trip me up there?
Fucking hell.
No. Okay.
Fucking hell, fire. There seems to be a new one jumps in every... I mean, how many colours do you need in your fucking hair?
They
my daughter had coloured hair once.
I think if it's like a fashion thing, fair play, but this is fucking
My daughter
madness.
did look good to be fair, though.
That's me, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Apparently.
She did.
He's back again.
Quite a few years ago.
Do you fancy having a little chat with me about why you're here today? I'm okay. Because you're obviously not identifying as trans, I don't think. Or are you? I don't know, maybe.
I think that's a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta be.
Hello, how you doing? What does Trans Pride Manchester mean to you?
Everything.
Yeah? It's been.
It's beautiful.
Yeah? What's beautiful about it? What makes it beautiful to you?
Everything. More people like you.
Oh, am I not?
So inclusive. They're so inclusive, these people.
Yeah, a little bit again. He keeps coming in front of me. What?
Why is this prick still fucking riding his bike into Steve when the coppers are... For me now, this lad's on offer. Every time he rides his bike into me, he's going to kick up the fucking arse.
Yeah. Start getting closer, but he does that. There he is. Look at him there. There he is. Like,
want to get arrested.
yeah, I know. They still can't tell me what human rights they don't have that I have.
What are trans rights then? What do they mean by that? What do they mean by trans rights or human rights?
I think maybe the bathroom kind of sharing and the
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Maybe the new thing's been brought in this week, hasn't it? I think is it new thing that's helpful, isn't it? To do with the bathrooms, toilets, whatever they're called.
So can a trans woman go into a woman's bathroom?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I think the ruling is that they can't, but I might be wrong.
Right.
What rights are you speaking of? What rights? What rights? Honestly, I want to know. No one can tell me what rights.
Do you watch Coronation Street?
I do sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
You know Tracy Barlow?
Yes.
That bastard.
But yeah, crikey, don't you? Yeah.
Tracy fucking Barlow.
Yeah.
Have you watched the film, the original The Witches?
Yes. I think so, yeah.
On the right here.
Oh God, yeah.
Fuck this is fucked. You've got the witches on the right, you've got Jeffrey Dahmer sneaking up at the back, and now you've got Tracy Barlow on the fucking left. You couldn't make any of this up. This is terrible, terrible, terrible stuff.
Come on.
What's the question you're asking?
I'm asking what rights don't trans.
I'd ask that person, why don't you leave Ken Barlow alone, you fucking absolute arsehole?
People have
No.
that I have. Nobody's ever been able to answer that. what they actually mean is they want privilege.
Don't let Dharma touch you.
Yes.
Bullied in high school.
No.
No.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Did you hear what he just said? He just
No.
said, did you get bullied in high school? And he went, no. And then Steve just said to him, did you? And he went, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't. I'm sorry to hear that.
But then
It shouldn't happen.
But that's how we naturally want to express ourselves.
Right. Okay.
Right. Dyeing our hair, for being a bit taller, for
Yeah. Well, actually, people used to have a go at me for being short. Short. Yeah. But I just manned up.
Did you hear what he just said? He said, people used to have a go at me for being short, and I just manned up.
Oh, God.
Look at his face.
So is that a woman or a man next to him then? I don't know what.
That's a geezer. That's a geezer. You can always tell with the hands. Big
being a woman.
hands like a goalkeeper.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh. Wow.
Massive hands. Massive. A woman's hand it's one of the like things that you can't get past, really. You know, if you're like a trans woman, a man's hand is a man's hand. It's like feet as well. Well, the one thing that will signify a trans woman apart from a woman is what's between the legs, I suppose.
Yeah. Although, isn't transgender in the whole point of it being transgender? Is that they're going to be getting rid of it? I thought that was the whole point of the. That's what I always believed it to be anyway. They're in the transition stage of becoming the different gender as such. But it doesn't seem to happen, does it? So for me, I just wonder then, is it what I don't know the correct definition of a transvestite? I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the old term transvestite used to signify, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if anyone knows in the chat, but just a person that likes to dress in the opposite clothes to what they would do. So a geezer in a dress maybe, or a woman in a suit. And there was nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to do that, if you want to go out in the street and do that, if you want to go out in privacy of your own home, there's no fucking issue with that whatsoever. I think in terms of like the transsexual thing where people are wanting to modify their bodies with either medication or like surgeries, again, although I don't necessarily agree with it in terms of, I think there's a lot more cases than is publicised that people have done this and then fucking absolutely regretted it later, and you can't reverse these things. You can't reverse sewing a cock on. You can't. You know. You try taking that off. I don't know whether you've seen for a man to transition into a woman, if they're going to go the whole hog, pardon the pun. You know, fucking to have that. So what you've got to do is you've got to invent and create a cavity. Now, you know where the old chap was. He's going to be gone, and you've got to now create a cavity. And from the bits I've read about it, what happens is they turn the penis inside out. I could be wrong here, but this is what I've read. They turn the penis inside out. They take the meat out. They take the meat out of the sausage, and they turn the skin inside out. And what they have to do then is use plastic tubing of different shapes to create the cavity. Now, I don't care how badly someone thinks that they're a woman. To go through that is traumatic at best.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't think of anything fucking worse.
I agree.
You know,
it's very. Although, obviously, knowing the people down the road, I've not spoken to them for quite a few years now, but there are certain. I mean, I don't want to say look it up, obviously, but if you go on to Peacock, with a double A, there is some fucking just things on there which just will blow your mind. I'm not even joking, but I was going to go into too much detail, but yeah, you can get like, come. I can't believe I said that word out loud, but yeah,
Get what?
come. Do you know, like as if it was like, so if you're having like sex and stuff, and then
Yeah.
so if you and you're the woman going into the male or whatever, however it works.
Oh my god!
Honestly, but you get chocolate flavour. I'm sure you can.
Oh,
And, or
fucking hell.
they might have just told me that. They might have just told me that, and then they might have just told me that. So I might be lying. You know how gullible I can be at times. But yeah. But yeah. But do you not think though, in what I think sometimes is the human anatomy between the male and the female, if you were to invert the male anatomy in like fully, then would you not just have the female anatomy?
No.
Okay, I'm sure then. I do.
So, from my non-medical fucking point of view, when I've read about it and they've inverted the penis, which means the skin is going now inside. One of the major side effects of that is ingrowing hair, and they have a lot of infection because of it, and that's a consideration. But they have to keep the hole open, so that means they have to walk around with these like cylinders inside them for a long time, and I think it's forever. They have to keep that because it's a wound. Essentially, it's a wound.
Yeah.
You know, and do you know the other side of that is that I find really fucking fascinating the way people's brains work. The men who are thinking, "Oh yeah," it's at no point have I ever thought, "Yeah, oh, someone's got a bullet wound there. I wonder what would it be like to stick something in there." Why the fuck would you want to do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fucking crazy shit. Crazy shit.
Express it.
Right,
For the
okay.
longest time.
Yeah, I think you should be able to.
For the longest, we're welcome, Lisa.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
For the longest time, there's always been that separation of a man's got to just be a man, whatever. No feelings.
Yeah, but
we're allowed to express our feelings. You're allowed to express.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Do you wear foundation, by the way?
No, that's Germany.
Why do they always do this? And I don't know whether you've seen this. They always try and shame and feminise blokes who are acting like Steve is, like what I would class as a normal bloke. You know, other people have their own ideas what normal is, but for me, Steve is a normal bloke. And what these people do to try and put people like Steve down is they try and, any way they can, they try and either make them think that they're closet gays, or you've got such a problem with it, you must have something underlying in your psyche, when that's obviously not the case. And they try and feminise people. Have you got some foundation? What the fuck's he on about? Jeffrey Dahmer? I would love to see his house, see how many fucking bodies are buried there.
It's Germany, that's what it's got on there. Yeah. What does that, you expressing yourself, have to do with men going into female spaces? That's a concern for me.
Okay, but that's not the point.
It is the point.
It is. Because it is. Yeah, it is. Well, I'm making a few points.
Okay.
There's only so much I can get on the board. But men should be in men's sports, not women's sports. Men should be in men's spaces, not women's spaces. And there's such a thing called reality that doesn't care about our feelings.
That's been built up for the past 100 years by men who are men.
So is reality...
What does he mean by men who are men? What does he mean by that?
Men, I don't know, men like yourself. Surely. It can't mean anything else.
Right.
It's male at birth, isn't it? I don't know. I don't get it. When people, sorry.
As a woman, what? Describe what a man is as a woman.
A man is someone, I think, that was male at birth, and that.
If you were to describe a man to an alien that had never seen one, what would you describe a man as?
A man would be somebody with a penis.
Yeah.
I think. Well, just opposite to be. I don't know, I don't know. The man you won't be able to explain testosterone, would you? More, I don't know, alpha male, I don't know, would it be? Yeah, if you have a wank in the morning, you're a man. UK Fed Banks.
Well, I think being either a man or a woman is a physical thing and it's a mental thing. I think being a man and a woman is both a physical thing and a mental thing.
Yeah,
mental. Have you heard of like when they've described like people's behaviours and stuff, and they've said it's either nature or nurture, and there's like argument. Is it your genetics that make you who you are, or is it your environment that makes you who you are? I always think it's got to be a combination of both.
Yeah, I agree.
And like to be a man or a woman, you've got to have a combination of both. Now, if you're a man who thinks that they are a woman, is dead set in their mind that thinks they're a woman, you've done a bit of the work anyway, because you think you're a woman, you're trying to act in a feminine way. But the problem is the physical side of it. That's always going to be a stumbling block.
Yeah.
And they say that I've heard this argument where they said that gender and biological sex are different. But if that's the case, why would you need the surgery?
Yeah.
Why would you need to?
Yeah. Gender is your gender, I think, at birth, obviously, and then your. What was the other one you said? Gender and.
So your gender and your sexual biology, which is like if you've got an old chap or if you've got like a welly top, then those two things are different.
The same, aren't they? I think your gender and your sexual identity are the same. And but then again, they say no, because then you've got that gender something certificate that they were talking about in Scotland, weren't they? Where you could certify that you were something different. But I think you can't be doing that. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
It's one of them where you change your name by default, fair enough, but how many times can you change your name? It's
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's dangerous when you're having to produce some kind of certificate for you to be a woman. I mean, I could go online there, pay 20 quid and be a priest of my own religion, and I'll get a certificate for it. Does that really mean I'm, fucking going to be able to marry someone in, 2 weeks' time? It's fucking, it's strange.
It's a social construct. So when men want to be men, but the man doesn't feel like a man on the inside, then how they truly want to express themselves and feel on the inside, and they present that to the world, and the world shuns them for it.
They can feel that way. They can feel that way, but just don't go into women's toilets or women's sports.
So they make it equal for rights for everybody to have a trans bathroom, to have
I agree with that. Do you agree with trans bathrooms?
Having their own?
Yes.
I personally don't have an issue with a trans. See, right? So you get a trans man or a trans woman. So a trans man, would that be a woman that's turned into a man? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So a trans woman then. So that wouldn't bother me, to be honest with you. Just kind of that really wouldn't bother me, because I don't see that being a trans individual is about their sexual orientation. So I don't think, oh my God, they're all going to come in and like be a threat towards me. It doesn't bother me. I do think there's probably more of a threat for a trans man to be more at risk in a man's toilet.
Yes. Yeah.
So possibly more so for their own benefit. Excuse me. Yeah, definitely. But it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
So I don't
know. I think maybe like the third bathroom option for some like businesses and stuff. It's a bit of a ball like that, because you've got to obviously modify your premises. I used to work at a lot of nightclubs, like bouncing and stuff, and there was usually a disabled toilet downstairs, and there'd be a male and female toilet somewhere. But I've also been to like places where there's been unisex toilets. The Bullring, that's got a unisex toilet. or used to have.
Yeah.
And I always used to think it's a bit dangerous because, like, Birmingham's a fucking dangerous place anyway, full stop. But you're asking for trouble over there, you know.
Yeah. In Derby, we used to have clubs and stuff. I don't probably still got clubs, obviously, but it's where the male and female were together. And when people are drunk and everything, you just don't know, do you, what could and couldn't happen. I don't know what happened to them. They're probably still there, like, but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Male and a female. Hold on, if that's what you want to see it as, then there's a man's bathroom, a female's bathroom, and a trans bathroom. Make it that way.
What about sports?
Make it have a trans sport, make it have a male. If that's how you want to see it, that's not how I see it. No, you want to see it like that, then start making that as the movement forward, not this.
But women want their own sports.
Then go and make your own sports.
Women have their own sports, but it's been getting infiltrated by men.
Well, then the people that have built the system in the first place should change it to trans only.
I think that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point with sports. You know, women have got their own sports, men have got their own sports for good reason.
Yeah.
I've been like a trans. You see, the thing is, there won't be much competition. That's the problem, because the trans like demographic is very, very, very low. You know, there's not a lot of true trans people out there, especially who want to compete at a decent level in sports. Anyway.
But I do think that when you've got, say, you don't want somebody who was originally male competing against a female or in you know what I mean, that kind of thing, because it'd be unfair, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I was going to ask you something off topic that I've wanted.
Okay.
I've asked a few people this.
Go on then.
Panels on YouTube.
Yeah.
What do you think of them?
I think they can be very useful. I do enjoy being on them. I think sometimes they can be hectic, and I do enjoy them though. I do. As they go, yeah. Why the curiosity?
I've been watching a few. Like different ones on different subjects, on different really like diverse subjects as well, and seeing how they play out and seeing what is popular. I mean, I only do these lives for my amusement, really. I like watching these things and taking the piss. But like, I've been watching. I think I watched about 6 or 7 this morning, different ones, and I've been thinking like, what makes that panel good to watch, and what makes something else like either cringy to watch or uncomfortable to watch. And I asked a couple of people on these panels. I said, "How do you find panels?" And they all have their own different little understanding of what the panel was. But I'm just wondering what makes them work and what makes them not work, and what makes them popular and what makes them not popular.
I think a lot of it's to do with like the different communities that were here before, like during lockdown in the different areas. So you've got like the Auditon, you've got what they call the swamp, which
What's that?
A lot. It's like there's just drama all the time. It's where all the, I'd say, deviants go. Deviants, that's true. No, I'm not joking. Honestly, you've got the most maddest shit. Honestly, you've got the most maddest shit going on over in places like on this part of YouTube somewhere, and where people get arrested. They've got mad shit going on. People turn up people's doors, and it's just crazy. You know, just because it's YouTube, they don't seem to want to, like, in my opinion, they don't want to get on with their lives. They just want to be arguing over YouTube for the last 6 years, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And then you've got other ones where they just go for live streams just to chat and have conversations. But I do find sometimes, well, I personally think that live streams, and if you can get the right people and stuff, you could do, you can make a bit of a difference, I think, if you've got the right topics and the right people, and you could maybe make a difference, but you could explore a lot more and look more in depth and stuff. I do some live streams over on Facebook on a different page that I've got, and it's I don't say too much in here, James, because of trolls. And so it does well, and I sometimes go live on LinkedIn again, which is good because again it's different people, and a lot of it's to do with like the mental health services and the government and the systemic failures, as you know, with the police and stuff. And so it's, but yeah, it's difficult to get people from here who I know to join when a lot of it's yeah, I don't know.
Have you enjoyed your time on panels on YouTube? Do you enjoy it still, or do you think sometimes, is it sometimes, oh fucking hell, this again?
I do enjoy it. No, I do enjoy it definitely, and I do at the same time. Apart from watching stuff in the evenings on YouTube, like just random shit documentaries, I do still watch panels and stuff. Like Jamie's is the only one really I do watch, and so it was good to see that you were live and had StreamYard on. Because I still pay for StreamYard now, and I've been paying for it since 2020, and I don't even do live streams, and I should, because I enjoy doing them myself. But you just don't know what to do with that, and so I do enjoy them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have StreamYard still. But it's, yeah, no, I do, but I do think there could be more. There could be more from it. There could be more to do with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that. I think, I mean, I've only been on YouTube now for about 2 years, just over 2 years, and I've done quite a lot of lives, and I've done quite a lot of StreamYard lives. I've got to say, apart from having one fucking dingbat on, I've never had any arguments on here. I've never had any like fucking no issues with anyone on when I've done a live. I've always thought it's quite a benign. Mine's quite easy going because I think I'm fairly easy going. And I don't mind, like, I like to let people talk and stuff. I like to let people have their say, even if I don't agree with it. I like to let people have their bit. But I noticed I won't mention our names. I noticed on one person's lives, and it went on for about 6 hours. This live the other day, and it was an absolute fucking clusterfuck of just arguing like fuck. There was about 9 people on, and you couldn't hear a fucking word that was going on. It was just like an argument, but you couldn't tell who. I think by the end of it, no one knew how they started arguing.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I've just watched like 40 minutes of this, and I thought, I'm now further forward with understanding what's what and who's who. This was like a random panel. There were some Americans in it, and there were some British people in it, and they were talking about. I think the subject matter was social outcomes. If you have like, I don't know whether you're aware of like DEI, that kind of stuff, And I thought, fucking hell, this is crazy. These people are just screaming at each other, threatening each other. I thought, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Crazy.
It is crazy. It is, and I don't get the whole like with the. Like, you're very easygoing and good to talk to because you, like say, you let people talk. And it's good to have difference of opinions. And like, we've got difference of opinions, I'm assuming, on whether we have on, say, the not immigration, but like, because I don't think they should be here, but the way in which we deal with them, I think it's like we would have difference of views, I'm assuming. But it's
what are your views on that then? What are your views on immigration?
No, I don't think they should be here at all. Do you know what I mean? They shouldn't be coming across how they are. But I don't know the way in which. Well, I suppose I don't know the way in which, like, say, if you were to be able to do something about it, what would you do? Kind of thing. It's because we've got to follow legal protocol, haven't we? We can't just decide to like leaving the ECHR to me. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think that would just be the most stupid thing we ever do as a country. And the and just like, if I never seem to get so if anyone, whenever I say that, people are like, oh no, we should, but no one can ever say why we should, apart from the immigration. But that to me is not a good enough explanation to leave something that that people fought for and died for, and that we've had, that it's for our own rights here as a country and gives us our rights. Does that make sense? It's
so essentially, like, you're talking about the ECHR that's been like mandated from Europe. Is that what you're on about?
Well, it's kind of, but it's not Europe, is it? It's
Well, it's a European Convention for Human Rights, and ECHR.
Yeah, but it's just like it's European, but it's not Europe. It's Joe. So yeah, okay, we'll just go with that then. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the ECHR. The problem is with that, and I know people's issues with it as regards to like immigration and like asylum status. First and foremost, we don't have to adhere to that to make sure we've got a robust and fair system. We don't have to adhere to that at all. We should be out of it because we're no longer part of Europe. We're on our own. I mean, Brexit was a giant fuck up. It wasn't. We didn't get what we were sold with Brexit, and Brexit was won on illegal migration into the country. That predominantly the people that were voting for Brexit were saying we've had enough of loads of people taking advantage of the country, and this is how we're going to vote now because the government seem to not know what they're doing, but that's why they've given us the vote to do it. But then when you give them the mandate to say, okay, sort it out for us, then they don't know what to do, and that's part of the problem. But the ECHR, the real problem is with that is it's not needed really because.
Sorry,
go on. No, go on.
Okay, so do you not think then? So with those, because the ECHR is for other people, not for the government, and so do you not think? So imagine if we didn't have it. And all we would have then, the furthest we could ever take anything then would be to our Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And we already go to the Supreme Court now. And when we lose there, let's say for an example, I don't know, I can think of, the one I can think of recently would be the right, say, what would it be? Oh my gosh, bear with me. There's been quite a few. Oh my goodness. Was certain disability. There's been women in ECHR. Bedroom tax as well. That's been there. So it was unlawfully discriminated against a victim of domestic violence living in specially adapted sanctuary home. So it was the ECHR that came back and said that our government were wrong. We wouldn't be able to have done that before. And so what else was there? Oh my gosh.
So essentially you're saying that there's been a lot of good things come out of rulings from the ECHR. There's been a lot of stuff that we needed that the Supreme Courts in this country have said that we shouldn't have, that we should have really, and the ECHR have backed us up. Is that essentially?
No, they haven't backed us up. The government have so we'll take the government to court and so like the police, for example, so the police, what they did with me, they knew what was going on to my relationship and they still failed to do something. And so it's ended up where they've been, my MP has said that it was classed as like the torture side of it. And so they've had to then, we're at the Supreme Court stage now with it. And so if it's then rejected, we can then go back and use article, whatever it is, under something torture for it. And so that's because they have a duty to protect you and to ensure that you are not put under all of them things. And so, but without that, my furthest would be the Supreme Court, which means that the government would win.
Yeah. And I understand where you're coming from with that, but the problem is not that I probably worded this wrong earlier. Not that we don't need it. We shouldn't have it. We shouldn't have the ECHR because we should have our own. We should have an independent structure to say, right, the Supreme Court have ruled, the biggest court in the land have ruled that I'm wrong on this, but I don't think I am. I think I'm right. I've been hard done to. Then there should be something within this country where we can go as an independent body, not the ILPC, not any other governing body, but a strict, absolutely unbiased ruling where we can say, well, this ruling's been done to me on this subject, and I don't think it's correct. The last appeal process should be something that's really independent. But the problem is with the ECHR, Europe have been, mainland Europe have been interfering in British affairs for God knows how long. And it's because the ECHR have made it so easy for illegal immigrants to come into the country and then use the term I'm an asylum seeker as a blanket term for being here. And that's why we've got so many problems. It's the ECHR that's the bugbear. And to be fair, we should just say to them, no, we're not part of Europe no more. We can govern ourselves with this kind of stuff. I do agree that we need some kind of UK Human Rights Act. I'll tell you who's got it right. And I know they've got a lot of bad stuff in their country, but the US, they've got a constitution. The closest we've got to a constitution is the Magna Carta, which was, fucking millions of years ago. That's the closest thing we've got. If we had a constitution that said, do you know what? These, say, for example, 20 things are absolutely set in stone, that each individual has rights and they have a legitimate framework to live by, and the government can't get involved. And this is, the right to life, the right to free expression, the right to do all of these things, but in a UK-based setting, in a UK-based framework, no one would moan about that because we'd all get to agree on it. But while Europe are agreeing on all these things for us, it's like your neighbour saying, right, you put up a fence down there and I don't like the colour of it. And under this guidance that I'm going to give you, that we've all decided that you're not part of or shouldn't be part of, we're going to tell you what colour to have your fence. That's fucked up.
Yeah. But oh man, yeah, but that was going to say. So, but the only thing is, though, with the European Court of Human Rights, that is a living system. So there are certain things that are then brought in, say, around in different European nations, where they'll take it to court. Say, I think there was one about say a man can be raped, which they can be. Do you know what I mean? And so because that was brought in, I think by Belgium or somewhere, and then because that was then made to be the what's it called? Precedent, is it something like that? Then it meant that then was implemented across all the other European nations. And so with it being a living system, it means that there's always going to be, the laws are going to be changing for the benefit of the people, not the governments, because it's not for the governments, it's for the people. And if you Google right now how many times the illegal immigrants how many cases from the UK, the ECHR has handled on behalf of the illegal immigrants. Sorry, I'll start that again. So I just put it in now. I put how many times has the ECHR been used for illegal immigrants in the UK in the last 5 years?
Yeah.
And it's literally saying over recent years, the Strasbourg Court has granted only a handful of these injunctions to block UK removals. For example, in 2021 and 2022, the court issued 5 Rule 39 orders per year. In 2023, issued just 1, and it was for an extradition case to the US, not an irregular migration case. And so, it says in the context, across the last 45 years, the ECHR in Strasbourg has only issued a final ruling against the UK in 13 total removal cases. So when you look at it, the ECHR gets blamed for that side of it, but in reality it's not that. And so I think for us to then believe in somewhere like that would be sad, I think, because it's given fathers the rights to have paternal paternity leave. It's for breaks during work time, and then you get some messed up government that comes in that decides that they want to get rid of the House of Lords, and so every law that goes in, it just has to be passed then by that government. And then we've got nowhere to take that to then, because the top court in this country will be the Supreme Court. We won't have anything then for us as people.
But and I get what you're saying, but the problem is with that is what essentially the ECHR is then doing is saying no one else is able to think clearly and make these good decisions but us. Whereas the UK, I mean, we're a free and supposed to be a free and democratic society, where we can make our own rules, our own laws based on good living practices, morals, the law. there's nothing stopping us. If me and you were in Parliament and we had a party, you on one side and me on the other, there's no way that we wouldn't be able to come up with a solution for making sure that men were seen as the victims of domestic violence, and that real asylum claims were processed and properly done. There's no way that we wouldn't be able to do that. What I'm saying is, like with the ECHR, we're giving someone else in another country the option to give us our laws, and this is where the fucked up thing is. Only until a certain, I don't know how many years ago it was, but in Hungary they had some really, really weird laws that were still on the books, and I won't say what these weird laws were, but you can look them up. And the ECHR backed these. Not backed them, but didn't say anything about these laws. I'll give you a clue. It was involving animals and it was involving perverts. It was not made illegal when obviously it should have been. These are the things that I just don't think. We're not living in like a society where we need to be lectured by, Brussels to say what's right and wrong. We should be allowed to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's us the people though that take the government. It's not the government taking us, and we have our judges there, don't we? Do you know what I mean? So it's not them. It's like a circuit of judges, like you were saying about in America. It's different countries together, not just individual country, or an individual. It's different countries, judges coming together, and then they look at all the cases, and so. And it's for the people, though. It's not for the government. The government don't take anyone to the European Court of Human Rights. It's only the people that do that. And so, and then it's them for the government to try and defend themselves against the people. And it's them, but they're there for us. They're not there for the government. And that's what I think it should be there for. Otherwise, you end up just being gone.
But do you think the ECHR and the people that are in charge of the rulings, do you think they are capable of being biased?
No, because they're all from different countries.
But do you think that different countries can converge in a common consensus? So let's just say, for example, if you were to put some kind of challenge to the European Court of Human Rights, and there were 5 judges, and in some way, what you were bringing to them might affect their country in a negative way, 2 or 3 of these countries, do you think that those judges might be impacted by that and might think, hang on a minute, I agree with what she's saying, but in my country, this works for us. So I'm going to say no this time because it might impact us later on. Do you think that might be a consideration?
No, because it's for individuals, like individual cases.
Yeah.
So it would be for like I said, the rights of men, the paternity leave, or the rights of individuals to not have 0-hour contracts, or the rights to have a minimum wage, or the right to a family life for the people in the UK. Do you know? So when like a mum and dad split up or whatever, the dad's got the right to see the children regardless, or there's cases where the dads have had to go that far, and it shouldn't be that they have to go that far, but they do.
But what I'm saying is, like, yeah, individuals bring the cases to the European Court of Human Rights, but if the judges then say, just say for example, if the 0 hours contract, just say you had 2 or 3 judges that were sat on that panel, and in their country, 0 hours contract actually worked, and it worked really well, and people were in favour of it. And then they thought to themselves, hang on a minute, if I rule on this and say that the guy is right and he shouldn't have a 0 hours contract and things should be changed, that may impact my country here, where it works really well, or where we're in agreement that that's where I think the bias could come in. And the problem is when you're telling your neighbour how to react to something that they don't like, and that your ruling is going to be final, they've got no stake in the UK. You know, these Europeans have no stake in how we live our lives, and I think that's one of the major problems people have with the ECHR, because they're so far removed. You shouldn't have anything to say about the way your neighbour lives 10 doors down. As long as they're keeping within the law of the country that they're in, we shouldn't have anything to say to them. You might not like it. You might not like the fact that they rev the cars up on a morning on a Sunday, but as long as they're within the law, they can do it. I think it's really difficult with the ECHR, because if it was a guidance thing, that wouldn't be a problem, and it might be a good thing, a guidance of, well, this is how it could work better. But when you start giving rulings to people, I think that's a slippery slope there.
But I think it's so, like, if it's a law within our own country to not discriminate against somebody because of X, Y, and Z, and then the government still does it, and they won't acknowledge it, and then that's when you take them to then the ECHR. But if it's not a law in another country, that doesn't mean that that country then gets that right. It has to be illegal in that country for then that person to get that right in that country. So we've got a lot. I mean, we're fortunate, aren't we, to be born here, do you know? And so we're fortunate to live here. Although we say at times that it's horrific and everything, we are fortunate.
Oh, we are lucky.
Yeah, and I'm grateful for being born here and for everything we've got. And I think it's to be able to have that independent, completely independent, like you were saying before, out of this country, with judges that look at our laws and don't look at like the laws of everywhere else. They just look at our laws and say, actually, yeah, you know what, the government right aboard them, yeah, you should have been treated like this, this, and this. And so, yeah, you are awarded. They don't look at like other countries' laws, or then if like someone else had the same situation in another country and they go and they'll say like, actually, well, no, because you don't have them same laws in your country. So no, that's not the case. It would be then for that country's government, if that's what they chose to do, to bring those laws into place for that to even happen in the first place. So it's not like our neighbours doing something and like, or the other way around, you know, it's just our laws in this country. If we get like failed by our government in the healthcare, social care, any kind of part, any of the services that we get provided by the government, if we get failed by them and they don't acknowledge it, that's where we can go to make sure that we get our rights met and we get justice from the government. That's the way I see it, and I think it'd be sad to leave it over what 0 cases to do with immigration.
I think the idea of it is a good idea. I think the implementation of it is a bad idea, because I know what you're saying about like that we've got our own laws in our own countries, but they are our own laws are predominantly governed by someone else in another country, which is it's madness to me that we can make a decision in this country, and that a so-called asylum seeker can then go to the ECHR, whether it's a low amount of people who've done this or whatever. They can go to the ECHR and say, oh, no, I should be allowed in this country, even though the people have said they don't want me there. The government have said I shouldn't be there. I still want to be there. This to me is what do they call it? Lawfare, where they're using laws and fucking authoritative measures in order to circumvent actual laws of that country. And people say, all asylum seekers aren't bad and stuff, and they're not. They're completely correct with that. Not all asylum seekers.
Be coming in the way. Yeah, but they're coming in illegally, aren't they? So they shouldn't be allowed to come in that way anyway. I think that's the
kicker.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I agree with you there, definitely. But again, I would like to say about how many cases have really gone to the ECHR, and I think that is a massive thing that's been a few years ago, was really through different political parties and stuff, was really thrown and made to be sound like that was the main thing. The ECHR was this big devil thing that we should all be out of, but reality is it's not the ECHR. Do you know? So and since we've had it since the end of the Second World War, to bring us like to get freedom and justice for people of the countries. Seems a really sad thing to want to get rid of it, because of, even if there was a couple, because if they get like deported, for example, back to Europe, like from here, they're then going to be still afforded the same rights as what we had but we've got rid of them rights, so they'll be afforded all the rights that we fought for all them years. It just seems bonkers, you know. So why should they be afforded our rights, what we've got now? If they get deported, why should they be afforded them when we've had people die for them rights, and we've spent all these years getting them for ourselves, all the rights that we've just take for granted every single day.
What rights does the ECHR provide that we couldn't provide for ourselves?
We've got loads already, haven't we? So it's the little things that we take for granted each day. So I'm going to put into regarding health and social care.
Well,
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just like.
So just say that then. Health and social care, the right to say to be treated when you're ill. You know, if it's an emergency. You don't need the ECHR to have that implemented in a country, especially in a country like the UK. We're a modern country. You don't need other people telling you that people should have access to emergency care. You wouldn't need the ECHR for that.
No, but we do. That's the thing, and it's individuals though that have been failed by the system that then have to take our governments and our services to the ECHR because they have been failed. And it's individuals. It's not. It's not the government that's taking anyone anywhere. Do you know what I mean? So there's quite a few.
I mean, I understand. I totally understand that it's individuals that take the government to court for some things.
Yeah.
But the problem is with that, you shouldn't have to go to a foreign entity that we're no longer part of in order to get your rights within your own country. That's a failing of the country. That's nothing to do with the ECHR as a body. That's just a failing of the UK. That we need an independent body that says if all else fails, if everyone is against you, and even the high courts of the government say no, you can't have this. We're going to look at it from the UK, from an English or British standpoint, and say whether you're right or wrong. I don't think you need an ECHR for that. Maybe for Europe, maybe for mainland Europe, if that's what they're happy with. But one of the reasons we left Europe was because of all this, because there was a stick in the nose in. It's bureaucracy gone mad.
But the ECHR wasn't anything to do with like the Brexit side of things, is it? It's completely different.
Well, it is in terms of like, because the main selling point of Brexit was immigration. That was the main point. And the sticking point for a lot of people nowadays is the ECHR will let anyone say that they are an asylum seeker and go through the claim of it. And while they're doing that, they will be in the UK. They'll be in, say, these hotels, these centres. And while they're working this out, which could take months, if not years, we're paying for all this. I don't. Was it 300 million last year that we paid out to hotels?
Yeah, it was crazy amount, wasn't it?
That's a massive amount of money. You know, when you think of like the government, when Keir Starmer first got into power, one of the first things that dingbat did was say, "Oh, the old people with that £200 fucking heating allowance, you can kiss goodbye to that. We've got fucking room service to pay for fucking the Albanian lads. You know, never mind fucking Doris freezing the bollocks off. It's crazy."
Yeah. But I do think though, I mean, you've got to think back to when they were first put in hotels, and that was during lockdown when the hotels weren't being used, and everyone was like locked down, literally, weren't they? And so it was a way to keep them afloat and to keep the businesses going. And it was the failure to get the Brexit deal done properly, and is it the Dublin IV agreement? I think it was, wasn't it, that they fucked up on?
Yeah.
And the fact that we can't return them once they're here, and that can't. I don't believe that could ever change. We can't get into we can't do anything until there's a new agreement made. And the same with like Europol. We've not got access to most of that now, which I think is quite dangerous in the sense of, like you say, we don't know who's coming over here anyway. But even when we get people coming over on the planes legally, we don't have access to Europol's main system either. So we have Interpol, obviously, but not Europol. And I find that quite a dangerous thing. And I don't see why the government can't make an overarching new system where it includes, like, say, something similar to the Dublin IV agreement, as well as the an overarching, like, Europol, Interpol, a mixed system using different techniques, possibly, do you know, to like go, oh, we've got this like a brand new system, do you know, and make it look really inviting for all the countries to join in, and that way we get to be part of, but mainly again the head of the table, like we were once with the EU. And I don't know what government do half the time. It baffles me, but I get the point of how though we wanted our borders shut because our borders are shut, but we can't close our coastline. That's completely just unfathomable. To be able to do that is impossible. And so the borders are shut to people that want to come here to claim asylum because there's no legal route of entry for them to do so. But at the same time, they are still coming over here illegally, and that needs to be dealt with somehow, some way. And we need to, the ones that are here already need to be rounded up and sorted out. The ones that are on the visas that have, the visas have expired or whatever they're called.
Visas, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
You make a good point there. I think that there should be what you said there. We should be seen as the head of the table. That's our problem. We're fucked. We're not even seen as like a fucking superpower now more. We're not seen as someone who's, got nukes. We have got nukes, but we're not seen as a deterrent for anyone anymore. We have so many fucking problems in this country because we've had, and I don't care what party they're from, whether they're fucking Conservative or Labour or fucking Reform or whatever, we've had weak, fucking spineless governments that think that appeasing everything is the way forward. Chamberlain, during the war, tried to appease Hitler, and look what happened. Fucking hell. Yeah. So many million Jews killed, so many million disabled people, black people, traveller people killed, just outright, just fucking absolutely killed. And that's because he tried to appease him. And there was only fucking Churchill who stood up and said, hang on a minute, this fucking idiot's an absolute nutter. We need to stop him fast.
Yeah.
The minute that we are seen as Great Britain again and not just fucking whipped Britain, that's when people start taking some notice. And the problem is we've had, how many prime ministers in 10 years? 6 or 7?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a fucking joke. Yeah. It's a joke. Just think about I always think about it as like, if you make it like a street analogy, if you're living in your house and you've been there for 20 years, and in that 20 years you've had 10 different neighbours either side, something's not right with that street, can't be? Because people are moving. It can't be a nice street to live on because people are moving out. So it's the same here. If you've got people in this country that are thinking to themselves, well, do you know what? I might be better off in another country. I know I've had loads of people talk to me about that shit. I went to the Netherlands with my mate, I think it was last year or the year before, and I couldn't believe the difference in countries. There was no fucking litter on the floor. Every fucker was friendly as fuck. Everyone. We didn't have a spot of fucking bother. And I'm off to Poland again in a couple of months' time, and we're going to see what it's like over there, me and my mate, just to see what, because they don't have like immigration like we've got. They don't let no fucker in. So I'm going to see what that's like.
I do think though, like, do you know, when you say that about how big Great Britain again, I do feel sometimes, if we were to be seen as much as we don't like agree with what the governments are doing, I do think that we show a massive weakness ourselves as a country when we are divided behind, like, so people see like the country and they see that us against the government, and they see that as an absolute major weakness. And if we were to be behind the government, no matter what, as much as we wouldn't like it, we would show a united front as a country. And I think it doesn't matter who it was in Parliament or in power, although I don't know, because I think growing up, I think generally you get, like you were saying before, about what was nature nurture kind of thing. I don't know if this can even be possible, but like growing up, Margaret Thatcher was not seen as a bad person in my house. So it was like, people to have nice pictures or whatever above the fireplace. If my dad and mum could have had Maggie Thatcher, that's what they probably would have done, And it was like, so it was, so all my childhood, it was very much a positive thing for Margaret Thatcher to be in power. And be behind him. And then I suppose when Tony Blair came in, his original plans with children and how much he put into the children, future and everything. Yeah, absolutely. My daughter was at that age, and so it was popular. And with the Iraq War, I will always defend in a way what he did because my daughter's dad died over that. Do you know? So it's
yeah.
And also, but they did have the weapons of mass destruction. Maybe not then, but they did have them in '98. So
yeah.
I always question them on where did they go. If they had them and then they didn't have them, they had to go somewhere before then. So, and so in my mind, Germany just justify it all. And so with Tony Blair, we always think that we had a stable life. I did, and Margaret Thatcher a stable-ish life. I didn't as a child, but like and then I just feel like now we're just so divided, not just as a political party and country, government, and people, but also people are divided against the people, and there's so much hate amongst everybody. It just feels so broken, doesn't it? The whole country just seems broken. It's
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from because I feel it as well. I mean, I served in the army as well. I saw it from that point of view. In terms of Margaret Thatcher, whenever there's some kind of military conflict and there's a war declared, maybe, or even if a smaller scale war like the Falklands were, although it was a big thing at the time, in modern day terms, it was quite a small, quick, war.
Yeah.
The country got behind Margaret Thatcher because the country as a whole want to support troops all the time.
Yeah.
You support the troops, you support the lad or the lass with the gun that's in front of you. You've got to, whether you believe in the cause or not, whether you believe that, Tony Blair should be locked up. I actually think he should be locked up. He went in with fucking the weapons of mass destruction thing, and I think in his memoirs he said now he regrets it. He regrets going in. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of British lads died. There's a lot of forces lads died. There was lots of over 1 million Iraqis died because of it. And I get it. Saddam was a dirty bastard, and he was a dictator. He was killing people in stadiums. He was a member of the. Well, he was the head of the Ba'ath Party, wasn't he? And then did you ever see that thing where let's have a quick look actually, where he got them all to fucking stand. He got them all taken out. Iraq. I've got to be honest.
Do you know what? From the First World War, First Iraq War, I was like probably 9 or 10, and my dad's job was like linked to the MOD, and so at that time was my sister and my brothers. They both worked for the nuclear division of some James submarines and stuff, and so they used to like talk because they all at the time the Official Secrets Act, and then so they used to be chatting in the front room, and I was known as Big Ears. I'm like, right, okay. So I ended up going to school and talking about something, and then I ended up getting the biggest beating of my life when I got home, and I mean serious like beating, and it was, do you know what? Dad me saying ruined my fucking life. Do you know what I mean? I hated him. And do you know, I even said to my dad the other day, I was like, did it never ever concern you that like at 10, I wanted to literally go over there and stab somebody? And he was like, well, not really. I was like, but it should have done, shouldn't it? He was like, well, yeah, looking back. I was like, Dad, I wanted to kill somebody at like 10 years old. That is an issue. But I did. I thought that I wouldn't be. I thought being a child, I'd be okay. Going over there, they wouldn't suspect me at all. Being close to Saddam Hussein and just running up to him, plunging him with a knife. And it did not faze me at all because I hated him so much. I hated him. And that's so young. And couldn't stand him. Sorry, I think I said too much.
No, you mean. But you see injustice and you see these things. It does, for a lot of people, there's an extreme reaction there. Like if I see a nonce on TV getting locked up, I think to myself, one, you wouldn't have to pay me if there was capital punishment in this country. Ray would do it for free. I would go. I would push a button. I would pull a plug. No problem. I would. While I'm doing it, I'll be thinking of the next McDonald's I'm going to be eating. It wouldn't affect me in the slightest because these kinds of people, the ultra evil, you cannot, in any way, shape, or form, retrain the brain of the ultra evil. That you got these mass Ceausescu in Romania. I don't know whether you remember all that shit going off. But
Yeah.
he was, you know, the embodiment of evil. The guy ended up, I think they executed him and his wife. They ended up storming the capital, and they ended up executing him and his wife. But he fired on his own people, and he was trying to. He was just an awful bastard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Terrible.
Just
Terrible.
yeah. It's just yeah. I remember then like with Saddam Hussein when he used to like put people in acid and stuff. It's like fucking crazy bastard shit, Joe. Like just knowing that and just being so young, it was horrible.
Yeah, when you heard all that kind of stuff, because we're lucky enough, we've won the lottery of life living in the UK. Although I moan about it, and everyone moans about living in the UK, you wouldn't want to live anywhere really different. You wouldn't, because
exactly
we've got everything we need. We have our disagreements, but the governments are always going to be shit. Never mind who you've got in there. There could be any from any party. They're always going to be wankers. They're always going to be looking out for themselves. But what you've got to do is, I think you have to look at your own nest and the nests of the people around you, and just make sure you're all right, and make sure you're not getting too hard done to. And if you can do that and just live your life, I think you can't go far wrong, unless you have to deal with the fucking police, in which case you're fucked.
And absolutely,
you know, it's fucked, ain't it?
Yeah, I think the police. Yeah, you're right. It's but that's nothing they do, because we are lucky living here, and then I think, but we're always still complaining instead of just getting on with things. And people say like how I just like live in my own world, and I always think things are amazing, and I don't think my life's hardly amazing, you know. And I just I don't see the point on complaining about everything, because it just affects us as people. And I'd rather be sat here with like laughing and joking, even if it's for myself, rather than being angry with the world and allowing that to eat away at me, because the rest of the world don't care, and it only affects me. So it's
that's true.
I
That
don't know. Do you know, go on, sorry.
Well, like problems without solutions, and like being angry without a solution at the end of it gets you nowhere. You need a solution. If ever you've got like, I mean, I've talked to loads of people about stuff like this, and the way I see the world is, I mean, I've been in lots of situations where, you know, a lot of people would have just gone absolutely crazy and off their fucking heads or whatever. But I've always tried to look for a solution to a challenge. Like if I have a problem to me, whether that's been a financial problem, a relationship problem, a friendship problem, a work problem, you know, maybe a law problem, I've always tried to look at, I don't look at the peripheral, all this is shit. I'll try and see past it and think, where's the end of this going to be? Can I get to like a point where I'm happy? Whether that's in a relationship, can I get to a point where I'm happy in a friendship or my work? My mate's in the chat now, Dave, and we've known each other for a long time. And I've had, in the past 12 months, I must have had 12 jobs. In 12 months, right? And my missus just laughs now. Oh, you got a new job? Yeah, got a new job. Where are you working now? And it could be anywhere. I could be working anywhere. And she, oh yeah. She never even bats an eyelid now. I'm just working somewhere else. I'm in a decent position where, to be fair, if I didn't have to, I don't have to work. I've got enough money coming. But I work because I like working, and it's a nice extra little. Me and my mate go on a lot of. We go on a lot of places. I've got other friends I go to, you know, training, whatever. But I'm a big believer in, you've got to do the things that make you happy. And if it's a work problem, if you don't like your workplace, fucking leave.
Yeah.
That should be the solution. End goal, leave. And I'm with work especially, I'm a big believer in, people say, oh, you got to try and get a job before, you know, you leave. And I understand that people have work commitments and bills to pay. I totally get that. I'm in a not a lucky position, but I'm in a financial position where I haven't got a mortgage and I haven't got rent to pay. I own my own house outright. We own it. We're in a good position to pay for our daughter's house. Great stuff. But I understand that other people haven't been in that position. And don't get me wrong, mate, I've been fucking skint in the past. years ago. I had 40p in my fucking pocket and wondering, I was signing up to unlicensed boxing fights, and I had one in fucking hell, Stockport, which made me able to get some rent for a fucking place that I was living. So I know what it's like fucking on the fucking breadline, and I grew up really fucking poor. And I mean, like food poor, not like trainers poor. I mean, like there was no electricity on, and we didn't have enough in the fucking fridge to eat for days. You know, how the fucking social services didn't fucking. But that's by the by. But like solutions to stuff. I try and look for a solution to stuff, and that I think like what you were saying, we don't stick together enough. We don't back each other up enough.
No, we don't. We don't. And I think if we did, it would bring out the positivity.
Yes.
It's like what you give is what you receive, and although it might not be what we want, but together we will be able to eventually. We would be seen to be a better country altogether, I think, or instead of being so divided. And I just think at the moment, with all the stuff going on about Muslims, about Islam and everything like that, I just think, Jay, there's people in this country that have been here fucking for donkey's years. Like Queen Victoria's, like, I was going to say next man, but he really was, you know, like her confidant, whatever it's called. He was a Muslim.
Yeah.
So it just, and that's like in 1900, literally, probably, well, I think it was like 1896 or something. And I just think so, but yet people are so, like, as if they've just come around, like they've never been here before. Do you know? And I'm just thinking, no, because that's how these people are feeling that are living here now, that have been here forever, born here, the lot. And I just think it's wrong, because that's just causing tensions on its own. And then people are going to get, like, there's going to become a point, isn't there, when it just keeps going and going and going. And then what? It's scary, I think.
Well, it's a slippery slope, that, because if you've got a family of a couple of generations that have been over here, say from India or Poland or whatever country, and they start feeling like they're not part of the country anymore because there's some fucking arsehole saying, you shouldn't fucking be here because, you know, you're not English. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. You know? But it's being said all the time, isn't it? That's the thing. Yeah. And I don't think necessarily, because they won't be thinking, oh, I better go back. They'll be thinking, fuck you, yeah, I do. I deserve to be here. I was born here. And, you know, so that just makes people angrier. And then that's where all these confrontations are happening, and the protest, and it's going to end up being where there's just so much hate going on instead of what it should be about sticking together. It's just baffling.
But I've tried to talk to other people about this, and it's difficult because I'm a big believer in when you stop talking about stuff, that's when the violence happens.
Yeah.
If you can't talk to someone that you have a really fundamental life worldview disagreement with, if you can't talk to them about it and say, this is how I'm feeling, and maybe, you know, will you tell me how you feel about it? And if you can't come to some kind of at least empathy with that person, you're fucked. Yeah. You ain't even got to agree, but you can empathise that person feels like the way they feel. You find a lot of these lefties, they can't do that. The lefties, fucking hell, you can't have a real conversation with them, because every time you say something that maybe hurts their feelings, even though it's hurting your feelings, the thing that you're talking about, all they can see is themselves, and that's a really sad way to be.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, though, like when it comes to immigration side of things, I don't think there is a left and a right. I think it's because people say, oh, I'm a lefty and everything, but no, because I do have the same views as everyone else, you know. So I do think it's an all over kind of opinion generally. But I also think a lot of people, when, like you were saying, then about lefties and stuff, they're getting offended on behalf of other people, and I think that's when the problem becomes an issue. Like, that's when it does become an issue, because they're not speaking from their own experiences. And I think that can also be said, though, you know, when people are going against, say, the transgender side of things. We don't know what it's like to be them people, but we also don't feel the need to go around protesting or having marches because we're straight. So, or because I'm a woman and you're a man, we don't feel the need to go and do that either. So I do think if they want just to be left alone and to be transgender and on their own and to be allowed to get on with their daily lives and everything, then they don't need to be marching and protesting about it and declaring it to the world. I think, does that make any sense? No? Yeah.
No, it does, yeah, make sense. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course it does. The
Yeah.
thing is as well, when someone is offended on behalf of someone else, that's got nothing to do with the person who should be offended. It's got nothing to do with them. I've got a lot of mates who are well, I say a lot for me anyway. A lot of mates who are gay. And I spoke to one the other day. I saw him in Morrison's. I was chatting to him, and he knows I've got this channel. And he says, "Oh, I've seen some of the stuff you put on about lefties and LGBTQ." And I said, "Yeah." Now, I've not talked to him about this before because we always just talk about. See, he trains, and I used to train at the gym with him. And he said, "Ray, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of seeing these fucking flags about telling me what I should and shouldn't think about my own sexuality." And I said, "Mate, I don't know how you lot cope with it. I don't know how gay people cope with all this shit because you get roped into it."
Yeah.
And he said he was sick of it. He said he's been gay his whole life. I mean, I met him 20 years ago at the gym, and we've trained together. He's come to some of my, when I used to fight, he comes to some of my fights. And he's the most down-to-earth, easygoing fucking person you've ever fucking met.
Yeah.
And he said, "I'm sick of it. This fucking rainbow flag bollocks." In town, there was like a pride thing, and he said, "I don't go because I feel like I'm on some kind of stage that people want to fucking stare at me because I'm gay." And I thought, "You poo bastard, I bet you do. I bet you feel like that fucking," and you're forced into it. Fucking bad that.
Mm-hmm. But is that, I don't understand the need for it. It's like people should just be allowed to be people, and the more that they bring in the, like, I don't want to say awareness because we are aware and everyone's aware, but you don't see us like marching because we are a man and a woman. It just seems, but they want to be accepted. So just get on with it, get on with life. No one's going to question you. Just don't put it in people's faces. It's not like, I don't know. But again, with all of them,
I know what you mean. I'm a big believer in if I spoke to, say, a trans person and they said to me, "Right, fucking, I walked down the street the other day and these I can't walk past this certain area because I keep getting abuse," I would be the first one to say, "Which street?" and I'll walk down it with you. No fucking problem.
Yeah.
You won't get any fucking issues whatsoever. And if you do, you can watch me kick fuck out of them. And we'll do that every day until they leave you alone. I'll do that every single day. I don't see anyone getting abused for who they are. But the problem is when you have like some of these trans activists that say, you know, I want to be able to go into a women's bathroom. Now you can have a large amount of biological women that say, "I don't mind that." It's the ones who do mind it. That's the ones I've got to try and like listen to.
Yeah.
The ones who do mind it. Because the ones who do mind it shouldn't. Where are they going to go then? If they don't feel comfortable in a women's bathroom, where are they going to go? Should they have to go into the disabled toilet? You know, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, they should feel safe no matter what. And I think also the women should feel safe regardless anywhere they go. And that at the moment in society is just not like happening. But the irony of it all, do you know when you see all these people out on protests and stuff and they protect their women and kids, and then you find out that however many of them there have been done for DV or something in the past, and you're like taking the piss. Do you know what I mean? What the fuck? Like mocking it.
100%. I mean, you hear a lot of the leftists say, "Fucking, it's all about protecting women and kids," but these people have like convictions against women and stuff like that. Look, in terms of that, there's context and nuance to everything. If someone has been done for, you know, griping someone or some kind of sexual act, you know, illegal or something like that, I'll be the first one to say, "Lock up and throw the bastard key away." you know, and there shouldn't be anywhere near. There was a guy, what was his fucking name? AJ. Do you remember that shit?
Yeah.
That motherfucker. I mean, he used to come onto my chat a lot, and he was always all right with me. Obviously, I've never met him, but he was always friendly. He was always seemed, you know, like he was okay. And then it comes out that he was an aunt, and I blocked him. I think I might have put a status on my community page saying this person will never ever be near my. I think I put that on, or I might have. I don't know if I did actually. I think I writ it all out, and I thought I'm not going to draw attention to him. I think I. But you understand what I'm saying? These people. But in terms of being in a community, you're always going to get these people. You're always going to get them. You know. But there is context to some stuff. There's context, you know. It's difficult. It's difficult. Anyone that's got bad charges against them, obviously, I'll be the first one to fucking want to do something about it. But the problem is when you get other people lumped into that category who say had an argument with the missus and the police were called out and there's a charge on their record that the police come out to a domestic disturbance. Well, what does that mean? That could mean... That could mean the woman was fucking having a go at the bloke and he was just sitting there like having to take it. There's context to it, I think.
Yeah, you get DV both ways, isn't there, as well, Joe? So it's sometimes we know how bad the police are as well, and that they can put charges on and even bloody find you guilty. In my case, and you're not even guilty. So it just. But I do think though on some of them, I won't like make names. Well, not make names up, but I won't make like say the names where there are. The irony of it has times been quite funny.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, I do think. But the violence against women and girls in this UK at the moment is horrific. And one out of two, rapes, whatever you want to call them, in the country is committed by a partner or ex-partner. So it kind of, and that's another thing that really kind of frustrates me about the thing to do with illegal immigration at the moment. If they get wrong, okay, it shouldn't be happening. And they are committing horrific crimes. But at the same time, we need to get all of it down, not just that side of things. If you think like 1 in 2 of all of them is committed by the partner or ex-partner, and there's so many happening every 5 days, it's like, no, Joe. So it just seems to be like, I think a woman is, killed or something, isn't she? Like every 5 days or something in the UK. Down
like
to
that,
and also though, someone takes their own life every 90 minutes in the UK. And that's why I mean, there's so many different focuses I think people should be looking at in life that are impacting people's lives, and sometimes I think we focus on other things too much and we miss the important parts.
I think people focus on the things that are immediate to them. I think that's one of the things. Like with that Steve on Edge of the Matrix who goes around with that sandwich board. It's an immediate thing to him because, and I think people take up a banner, but whatever thing you're fighting against or for, you take up that banner and you do the best you can with it, I suppose. And then you have, you know, you can't fight every war, but you can pick your battles of what you're going to, fight against. And I think you're right. I mean, obviously, unaliving yourself is at an all-time high, especially in men in this country. I think it's the number one killer between lads of 18 to 40, I think. And there's been good stuff in terms of like people setting up, I think Andy's Man Club, that's a good one, I've heard.
Brilliant,
where lads get to talk about stuff and, they might not get to talk about it with their families and stuff, things that's going on in their mind. I had a friend, fucking hell, how long ago? About 8 years ago, killed, well, I've got to watch what I'm saying here. He unalived himself due to financial problems. Now, I'm a big proponent of obviously not going to these extremes of where Dave said to me once, which was correct, unaliving yourself is a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's true that. And
Yeah,
I just
so
wish
true.
my mate would have said something to me and the lads, me and the lads that were around him. Ray, I'm in 100 grand's worth of debt, because
Yeah,
we would have all said, right, how much we all got? Can we get some
yeah,
breathing space for him? Can we get some time for him? Can one of us do?
yeah,
And we would have done that. But
yeah,
it's so sad that people find themselves in these situations where, for whatever reason, that they think that life is too much. For men, it's the disappointment thing. They don't want to be seen as a weak disappointment. That's it, predominantly.
yeah.
And it's sad
And
that.
it is definitely, and I think so much more needs to be focused on men because it
Yeah.
isn't. And I think, like you said before about man up, it shouldn't be like, do you know, it's on the feelings, on the emotion side of it. Everyone's the same, aren't they? I think, and it's just really sad that so many men and
Yeah.
they don't feel they can speak about it because they feel like they shouldn't be weak, or in their eyes. I don't believe it is weakness. I don't believe it's. I think it's everyone has difficulties, and no one should be feeling alone or anything like that in situations. But sometimes you feel like it's the only solution for everybody. Do you know, you just think it's best thing for everyone if you went around and whatever, but it's not, and it's so important to reach out if you ever feel like that. Always.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. I think as well, like when people talk about like the differences between men and women, I mean, it's self-evident that women have got stronger brains than men. For me, anyway, I feel like women are a lot stronger minded than men. There's a physical difference, of course. Men are always going to be physically stronger and like physically, I suppose, more capable. But women are the opposite of that in terms of like they're a lot more able to cope with stuff. Women, and you know, you do get unaliving things in women, but not as much as you do in men. And that's because women talk more. Women chat with each other more. Women will get stuff off the chest instead of blokes going to bed thinking about all the problems. 'Cause it's always worse late at night. You're always thinking about your problems late at night. You're thinking, fucking hell, this bill's coming, or that person's pissed me off, or what do I do if this happens? And the problem is with that, overthinking is the mind killer. It really is. Mark Trainer used to say that to me. When I had fights coming up, I used to fight professionally. When I had fights coming up and I used to overthink it, my trainer would be saying, "But what are you thinking about?" And I'd be thinking, "Well, this guy's a good wrestler. If he gets me to the floor, I'm going to have to out-wrestle him, and maybe he's better than me." And he said, "So fucking what? So what?" And it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
You know, and I used to think, "Oh yeah, well, yeah, it's not happened yet. So why am I worrying about it?" And it's never as bad as you think as well. We have as humans, we have a tendency to build things up in our heads, and when the thing is at our front door, it's never as bad as it is. Never as bad.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a fear, isn't it? And it's And I think sometimes that people, like when you're saying that about at night time, it's the worst. And I used to be exactly the same way at night. The fear of being on my own with my own thoughts were just far too much of a, it was just scary. I couldn't do it. And I think because I used to have nightmares all the time of, say, my mum passed away, and I used to go into my dreams or nightmares, it was where I used to walk into all these different rooms, and each room was the same, seeing my mum die each time, over and over and over again. So in the end, I was like, fuck that, I ain't going to sleep. Do you know what I mean? Ain't doing it. And I ended up taking amphetamine like years ago, and it wrong of me, and it was illegal, whatever, And so, and then I ended up going through a psychosis because I didn't sleep for about 6 days or something. Swear to God, there was someone outside my back door, sniper on me. Swear to God, I'm not joking. I dropped to the ground, put army cord across my floor, everything. It was awful. But it was only when the wheels fell off my Hoover that I had a big issue then, because long story anyway. But so it was only so then I ended up getting sleeping tablets to help me sleep at night. And it's still now to this day though, if I don't, the fear of not sleeping now makes me fear going back to that point where I was then, even though none of them situation. I'm not in that situation whatsoever. But knowing what I went through then was enough. But at the same time, I'm still scared to go to sleep. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's what they call a learnt behaviour. You've learned that something affected you so dramatically that if you repeat that, that might happen again.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a difficult one to get your head around. But what you've got to do is try and I mean, I've been lucky in the fact that I've never suffered with any kind of like fucking anxiety or what I know to be anxiety. And my missus puts this. She said, "You don't suffer with that because you don't think about things much." And I thought, "You fucking cheeky bastard! What the fuck? You don't think about things that deeply, so it doesn't really affect you." And I thought to myself, "Well, that's probably the best way to be because when you start overthinking shit or building it up in your head, all these things that could go wrong or might go wrong, or what if this happens, or what if they laugh at me, or you know, what if I lose my job?" Well, like my trainer says, worry about it when it happens. Worry about that when it's, you know, work out the stuff you can figure out now, and that's an immediate problem, and then work off that. Work backwards, like. But I don't know.
No, yeah, you're right, definitely. I think it's my mind's just gone dead. Yeah, if that book isn't, I feel the fear and do it anyway. That's a good book. But again, like it's the fear of the unknown, and so I used to imagine, you know, I was born in the morning and I died at night. I didn't believe it, obviously, but it was like I had to try and get through each day, and every day was just like having to live a whole lifetime because I thought of living the rest of my life like it was during the daytime. I was like, no, I can't do that. So it just literally like getting to each milestone, which was a day, and it used to get to, and like say, I used to describe it to people as in like how I would in the morning say my brain would be like completely empty, like a clean whiteboard, and then by the end of the day it would end up being like a like Einstein's board, just full of all just random shit, like equations and just madness all over it. And then I went to see only about 5 years ago this trainee counsellor who she was hoping to like just to get their hours up, and she said to me, she was like, "What's on the board? Like, what is on this Einstein's board?" Then she went, "Try and like draw it or something like that, or like when it gets to that point, try and like draw it, show what it says." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." Do you know what? I couldn't tell you. There's nothing on it, absolutely nothing. And so it was just like I said before, it was just something that I'd learned and that I just got into the habit of, and it was just it just became where that just was it. And so then at that point I realised that I did actually have a future, and it wasn't just a day-to-day, life-to-life thing. And so I could think about, say, something I might want to do next week, because there was a next week. It wasn't just another lifetime tomorrow. And to think that I actually had a future was like, holy shit, I've never had one of them before. And it was just really weird. It's
You've got to have things to look forward to as well. I'm a big believer in that. You've got to have things like you're planning ahead. You know, like trips, holidays. I'm always doing that. I'll go away with the missus and I'll go away with my mate as well. And I've always got a couple of trips ahead planned, where I'm going, what I'm doing, what I'm going to do when I'm there. If it's interesting, is it a camping trip? Is it somewhere else? Is it France? Is it, Edinburgh? Is it Poland? Is it somewhere like that? I think you've got to have stuff to look forward to.
Yeah. See, I never used to have anything like that. It was just literally, I was looking forward to, in a sense, dying, which was every night. It's the maddest thing looking at it. But basically, someone like, was it Gandhi? Maybe not been Gandhi, one of them people anyway. They used to live the same way for some reason. And I didn't know that. I'm sure they copied me because I didn't know it at the time. But yeah, that's just how I learned to survive. I think that's all it was, surviving. And whereas now I can think about maybe what I'm doing in the beginning of September. But again, it's different circumstances and situations, isn't it? It kind of hold you back slightly, but it's yeah,
Of course it does.
yeah. So I don't think I've spoken so much about my situation ever as what I have done today.
Well, do you know what? My mate said this the other day. Well, today actually, she said this. I was a personal trainer for a long time, but I've only got a couple of people who are training now, just for fun, really. But you sometimes need to talk to people who've got no stake in your life, and I think that's really important because they will give you maybe some honest truth, and then it's not coming from somewhere like. There's no motive behind it. There's no ulterior motive where they're going to gain something from it, or it's not your friend who wants to just tell you what you want to hear. Sometimes when you're talking to people, you want it to be friendly but honest, and to not feel like stupid when you're talking about shit, and not feel daft. Oh, fucking hell, I really shouldn't say that because I'm gonna sound fucking hell, the amount of times I've said something absolutely fucking moronic, and I've thought, what the fuck did I just say that for? What a fucking idiot. But then you think, well, what's the worst that can happen? Someone thinks I'm a moron. Well, join the fucking queue, because there's tons of people who think I'm a fucking moron. So it's like when you start thinking in them terms of where it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You've cracked life, because I say this about the police as well. People who fear the police, it's not necessarily the individual that they're fearing, it's the uniform, it's what they can do, what they're able to do to you.
That's what I fear, yeah.
Fuck them. Once you get over that, I've got no fear of being arrested whatsoever. I've got no fear of being in a police cell. I've got no fear of interview. I've got no fear of cuffs going on me. I've got no fear of the neighbours looking out the windows if they see fucking hell. It's a wonder. They would just think, oh, Ray's getting arrested again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They think, oh, what's he doing now? Fucking who's he bashed? But once you get over that fear, and it can be, my mum had a fear of like the white coat syndrome. Have you heard of that? Like with doctors?
Yeah.
She was shit scared of fucking hospitals, absolutely shit scared of them. But she knew, obviously you've got to go when you've got to go. And I think once you start practicing your fears, then you start to. I've got what's called. I used to tell people this that I used to train. You've got like a comfort bubble that you're in.
Yeah.
And the bigger your comfort bubble, the more that you can cope with. If your comfort bubble is really small and it's just around your head, like a fishbowl, and everything around you is a problem and can cause you harm or pain or whatever. If you can make that fish bubble bigger, that envelops, say, your body and then goes outwards, the more you'll cope with. But you have to build that through practice, and you have to build that through going through some actual trauma and stuff, which isn't nice. But the more you see dead bodies, the more you're going to be a bit desensitized to it. The more you see problems, the more you're desensitized to it. And no one wants to go through bad stuff, but you shouldn't really try and avoid it all the time either, because what you do is you train your brain not to be able to react to stuff properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was just thinking then when you're saying it, sometimes I'm wondering if maybe I create more problems to. Wait, let me get this right. Create more problems to stop myself from.
Bill.
Oh, crikey. So maybe if I stop myself from doing these things.
Yeah.
I don't know if I do or not. Do you know, like, because I have fears, certain fears, but then. No, I think I've got it wrong. I don't know.
No, I know what you mean. I think like people build things up in their heads, and they build the problem so much that I think, oh fucking hell, I can't get over this fucking hill. I can't get over it. I haven't got the money to do this. I haven't got the fucking time to do this. I haven't got the resources. And usually, I mean, say tech bills, for instance, like finances. People have massive stress and anxiety issues over money. And I can't tell you how easy it is to get out of money problems. I can't even begin to tell you how easy it is to get out of that shit. Because
Yeah.
you've got to stop fearing the worst that can happen. Because what I always think about what's the worst that can happen? Right, some fucking bailiff might come to me and say he wants me telly. What happens
Yeah.
after that? Okay, he's
Mm.
took me telly. What happens after that? I'm still alive. I'm still able to eat. He can't take certain things. He can only take like electrical shit and maybe your settee. And he
Okay.
can always get a new one.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, relationships. Oh, we're always arguing, let's say. But my missus thinks I'm shagging every fucking woman going. Well, what's the worst that can happen from that? We split up. Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
we move on. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
work, you know, you're getting things wrong at work, or you might be going through redundancy. What's the worst that can happen? You've got to get a new job. Okay, I'll get a new job.
Yeah.
Simple solutions to these to these problems that we build up in our heads to where we think we can't get over them, when the solution is really fucking simple. Have you got a bill that you can't pay? Yes. How much do you owe? £30,000 to the bank. No problem. Ring them up. Right, I've got a problem with my bills. I'm struggling for money here. Will you accept a payment plan? Of course we will. How much can you afford? £10 a week? No problem. Stick to that until you can afford to pay some more. I'll guarantee you that's what they'll always say. Guarantee you.
Yeah,
You
definitely
know,
will.
say if you've got a problem with a relationship and your fella's fucking being an arsehole, you have a sit down and you say, can we work through this? Can we? Can we get through something? No? Okay. We'll have to go our separate ways then. Because you're not happy and I'm not happy.
Yeah.
This is, all the solutions are there for you. But what happens is when you go quiet, and men do this a lot, when you go quiet, you build it up and you build it up and you build it up and it's fucked. And you end up with a massive mountain when all you had was a bit of sand on floor. That's all you had.
Yeah, yeah.
You know. But that's life in general, isn't it? Fucking hell.
You know what, though, when I've been listening to that, I'm like, fucking hell, you know, literally, say right on all of that, and I don't worry about any of them things, none of them, do you know? But
yeah.
The only thing that is in my head always is that the only thing that I've ever felt that I feared, or not feared, but is that my ex, he didn't kill me. And that's the only thing that hasn't happened. Do you know that? So then all these fears around me and all the things that I fear are really just nothing compared to what I think the real thing is. And that is that one thing. And yeah.
Do you still have that? Do you still have that that feeling that he could hurt you or whatever?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Like in the back of your head type.
Yeah, and I think that knowing that was, I think, his intention anyway, and that I don't think he'll ever leave me. I don't know. It's, and will he come back? Do you know? So literally, I don't leave my bedroom most days. Like obviously, I go like to my kitchen and stuff like that, but I don't leave my house or anything. And I've got ponies and stuff like that. But the farm where my daughter is, but I've not seen them for ages because. But then in my mind, I think to myself, well, why don't I do it? And it's not. He is never the reason why I don't do it. I've always got other things before then, and I think just talking then made me think. Actually, no. Do you know what? It's him. That's the reason, and I need to like put that into perspective because he isn't going to do anything like that. I don't think. I see why I don't think that there. It's stupid, isn't it? He won't do that.
Well,
but I also know that I won't ever call the police if he ever turned up. I won't ever do it. Do you know, because he failed me so much, I would never phone them.
I get that
Never.
totally, mate. I get that 100% that you've been failed by the coppers. You've lost all your trust in them. But what I'd say to that is, when I say things like, what's the worst that can happen, the side bit to that, there's also what's more likely as well.
Yeah.
So, like, wherever your fella, well, not your fella, but your ex, wherever your ex is now, whether he's in prison waiting to come out, whether he's in another area, whatever, always think about what's more likely. Is it likely that he could come after you, realistically. And you'll have to work that out for yourself because I don't know the guy, but
No, it probably isn't. No, it won't. I don't think, no.
It's not likely to happen. And you've also got to what do they call it? Decompartmentalize how that works as well. You've got to shrink that down a little bit. So we say, what's more likely? Is he more likely to come and attack me when I'm looking at the ponies or feeding the ponies or doing anything with them? Well, if it wasn't likely before, it's even less likely it's going to be where your ponies are.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and is it less likely that he's going to be in McDonald's tomorrow? Probably really unlikely he's going to be there. Now, is there a certain percentage that you could see him on a day out? Of course you could. But then you've got to work out how you're going to respond to that. You've got to work out how you're going to respond. And how you respond will dictate how you will act later on. Even if nothing happens, even if he sees you, you see him, and then you walk up past each other, you can't start to build that shit up in your head. You can't start to think, oh, fucking hell, he's in the same town as me now, I can't go out. That's fucked. You can't do it. But what you need to do is understand it. What, sorry?
I think that's what I've been doing, you know, all these years, like literally since probably 2023-ish, I would say. And then I was thinking that the last time I think I went out, I'm pretty sure I saw him, but I've not been able to think for the life of me why I've not been able to go out. And because something triggered something within my mind that I've not been able to work it out at all, ever. But something did it. And I think it was him.
Yeah.
And I've not gone anywhere because of that. What the fuck am I doing? Why the fuck am I doing that?
You've got to be logical with it, but you know it's absolutely fine to have these emotions of, oh fucking hell, this guy made my life a misery. He was abusive, and if I bump into him again, will it all start again? Let me tell you something that's you can research this yourself as well. The likelihood of a former partner getting immersed into your life and coming straight back to where they used to be, if you've not seen them in a long time, is absolutely minute. The only person who can navigate that for them is you. The only person who can do that for them is you. They might. I'm not talking about stalkers here. I'm not talking about people who are just fucking constantly obsessed with the ex-partners. You know, they want to abuse it, because they're few and far between as well. But you need to understand that the likelihood of that person then thinking that they can be back in your life in the same position they were in is totally, I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility, but it is so minute. And you would have moved on as well in your brain. Your brain is no longer, because, and this isn't like a knock on anyone who's been the victim of a domestic shit, but you're a victim in that situation. Whereas when you come out of that situation, you're no longer in that victim category. You're in a person who's moved on. You've moved on from that now. You know, you were on a ladder that was on the second rung, but now you're not on that second rung no more. You're halfway up. And you have to remember, even if you did see him or someone who looked like him even, that triggered the emotions of being with that person, take a fucking deep breath. And what's more likely? Is that fucking going to come up to me? Not likely. And if he does come up to me, I'm a different person now. If you're in a Tesco's or in a pub, I don't want to speak to you, thank you. Fuck off, go away. Now you're in a position where it's fight or flight, and you're choosing fight. And these people don't know how to react to it. That they're terrible at reacting to being what I call outed. They're terrible at it.
Yeah.
And then they don't know what to do. When I was on the doors years ago, and I'm 5'9", I'm not the tallest person, but I'm 5'9". Whenever we had like bullies come to the door, you know, your local hard men, I would fucking love it, because they're not used to people reacting to them in a very like direct way, that they don't like it, and they don't know what to do. And once you take them out of that fucking that way they are all the time, I don't know what the word would be, that fucking groove that they're in, that I'm a tough guy or whatever. Once you take them out of that groove, they don't know what to do. They're fucked. And it's the same with like bullies. It's the same with abusive partners. Once you take them out of that groove, they're absolutely knackered. They don't know what to do. You're not the same Angela as he knew a few years ago. You're not the same. You're a different animal now. You're a different person. So you would never be put back in that situation where, oh, I've got to accept this, and oh, what if he does this? What if he does that? When you get your mind to a state of, well, what if he fucking does do that? What am I going to do? I'm going to fucking react here badly to him, and he's going to wish he never fucking come near me. That's that. And I know that everyone's got that mindset, but once you start developing that, your brain gets fucking stronger, 100%.
Yeah. You know what? I think then when he said that, and do you know what? It fucked in my head so much to the point where I honestly believe that my whole life, all I've ever thought of is that my body's never been my own, ever, since I was really young, never. But my mind's always been mine. And no one could ever take that away from me, ever, because that was mine. And literally, I could be walking along the street and I'd forget I'd even have a body. Do you know, that sounds messed up, but like, do you know, like a speech bubble going along the street, and that's me, my own little thoughts, not even acknowledging my body because I was so disconnected from it. If I was before years ago when I used to have to, like, when you do art therapy and stuff, you have to like do images of yourself, whatever. And I used to do like fingerprints because it was someone else's fingerprints as my body and my own head. And so that's where I've always seen it. But he got into my head and he fucked my head up and he broke me down to somebody, and then he built me back up to somebody that he wanted me to be. And that's what scares me, I think, most. Because when you were saying that, I'm thinking, yeah, but you know, if you came back, what if I ended up just going back to him? What if? And that is a fear, do you know? Because I don't want to be with him. Absolutely, I don't want to be with him. He tried to kill me. I don't want to be with him. I don't like him. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anyone. I never would hate anyone. And he's dangerous, and I want to go with him or near him. However, would he ever have that capability to get back into my head? That is a massive, like, what the fuck?
So this is interesting. So you've just said what if, and you've got to get the what if bollocks out of your head. There's no such thing as what if. There's no such thing as what if. There's only decisions, right? So you're making all the decisions for your life, your kids. You're making all the decisions. Stuff that you can't control are his decisions, what he's going to do. You can respond to them decisions that he's going to do, and they are your decisions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So your decision will be categorically that this person's a fucking violent guy. He's a fuck up. He's a total fuck up. Why would you go anywhere near a fuck up? Why would you do it? You wouldn't, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
So there's no what ifs. There's no what ifs if I got back with him. So there can't be that. There can't be a what if I got back with him, because it would only be your decision to say, okay, I'm going to spend time with you, this, that, and the other. And that's not to say that he might not come to you. You never know. He might come to you in a night out. Well, you might see him and he might say, Angela, I've totally changed. I've found God, and I've been to therapy, and I'm no longer the angry person I was. It's, again, your decision whether you believe that shit. But I'll tell you this, the statistics of that are fucking through the roof, that these people reoffend, and they are fucking evil people. You can't get fucking through to them.
Yeah, I know. He's horrible. He caused like permanent internal injuries. Do you know what I mean? So he's a horrible, absolutely horrible person, and but I think the fear of, after my whole life only ever having my mind as my own, and then I'm not going to get upset, fucking hell. But then for him to have been somehow managed to get in there, you know, I think that's what's left me feeling quite vulnerable around it all. And it kind of,
the mind is the killer. The mind, if you feel like your brain is being fucking infiltrated by some fucking arsehole that's took advantage, and this is what narcissists do, they take advantage. What they do is they see a bit of a weakness and they jump on it. What you've got to do is get yourself into a position where your brain and your body are your own. That's the thing here. And the two things live in the same fucking universe. Your brain and your body need to work together. You need to understand that your body's your own. You say yes, you say no to whatever you want to fucking do. And that all comes from your brain. Your brain is your supercomputer. Your body does everything your brain tells it to do. You know, and that's not to say that this arsehole isn't strong and isn't able to force or was able to force things upon you or whatever. I mean, I don't need to go into it, but you know, we're not saying like that this guy couldn't force things and couldn't be that kind of person. That's not your fault. That again, decisions. These are his decisions, not your decisions.
Yeah.
So in
Don't get me
terms
wrong,
of
I mean, like, when as I got older, like, obviously I knew that, because I had my daughter, and then as I grew up, and she grew up, because I had her when I was quite young, my whole sole focus was bringing her up, because my childhood was fucking, although it was middle class, whatever, it was just not good. And so then my focus was on bringing my daughter up, and I got my education and stuff, but then mum died and shit, whatever. And then, like, he was kind of, I suppose, one of the first relationships I've had, proper relationships, after a few years. And I knew myself, if that makes sense. Like, I was like, in my mind, yeah, I knew. And so I wasn't just like I was when I was younger. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't just like going, yeah. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't. So it was, although he did just take what he wanted when he wanted, but then there was times. So, like, I guess what I'm saying is there was consensual sex, and then there was times when there wasn't. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to come across like I was just like giving him the wrong impression the whole time. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
Look, in terms of stuff like that's never on you. That's always on the person that's fucking. That's always 99% of the time. I know this happens with fucking men as well. It can happen with men, with women, but it's usually the bloke that's absolutely in the fucking wrong. 9 times out of 10, it's usually the bloke that's done all the bad shit. You know, that's just fucking how it is. But in terms of like using your own thoughts and your own brain and your own capabilities of making decisions for yourself, and like going back to you like feeling like you can't go out the house and stuff. It's a decision you've got to make. You've got to make a firm decision, and you ain't got to be out all day. Just go to, even if you go to the end of the shop and buy some sweets or whatever, or buy whatever you want to buy. Get out there, and it's these little steps. Mark Trainer used to say to me, if you improve 1% in the gym when we're training, if you improve 1% every time you come in, and if we do 4 sessions a week, within a month, how many percent have you gone up? And that's the way to think about it. Some people think they've got to, when they have the anxiety about going out and maybe seeing people they don't want to see, 9 times out of 10, you're never going to see them fucking people. You're not going to see them.
Yeah.
You're worrying about like such a small percentage.
Yeah. So true, isn't it? Yeah. It's.
And but that's easy for me to say because I'm not going through it. So that doesn't like
No,
negate.
You are right there, because before that, literally, after it all happened, and then in between, I don't know, say start of lockdown and then to about 2023, I was fine, not a problem. I was getting on the train on my own to London, didn't give a fuck, on the underground on my own. You know what I mean? Didn't care at all. And so it was something that happened like in 23 where it just made me like, what the fuck? And then I've not really gone out ever since, apart from appointments and stuff. Okay, I've been poorly and stuff, but it's not like a reason for me not to be going out. But I need to just feel like you just need to sort your shit out. And I'm like, come on, sort your shit out. And I've had that mind block. But now I think I've realised what it is. And I really am grateful.
Yeah.
For talking, because you've made me realise, I think that realising what it was and is that's stopping me, and I won't ever go back to him because I just won't. He's ruined my life. He's destroyed my life forever. So
no. You can't think that. You can't think that. That's another thing. When you start, because when you say it out loud, and what you're doing is you're reaffirming things in your head, and you shouldn't do that. When you say things like he's ruined my life and stuff like that,
he's changed my life then forever.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't because when you say it out loud and you start repeating stuff, you reaffirm things and you condense the way you're going to think about it. if you say, if I said like my ex ruined my life, and no, they impacted a certain time in my life, and what I've done from that is I've grown here, I've grown from it, I've learned some stuff, I've become better at dealing with things now. You've got to pull a positive from it, but when you reaffirm the negative, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like I keep going back to fighting, but that's the only thing I can really get back to. My first 2 professional fights, I lost them, and I had I was 13-0 at amateur. I was 1-1 at semi-pro, and I thought, I'm gonna kill everyone at professional. I want to kill everyone I'm in with at professional. My first 2 fights I lost, and I thought to myself, what the fuck's going off here? I've done all this work, I've done really well, and now I've lost my first 2 fights. 2 really important fights, and I thought, what's going off? And I said to my trainer, what's going on? And he said, because you're looking at all the fucking negatives, all the stuff you did wrong. What about the stuff you did right? You didn't let him get the fucking advantage in this position. You didn't let him fucking grab your arm when he was going for an arm bar. And I thought, well, yeah. He said, what we're going to work on now is the bits that you could have got right. And they're the fucking things to focus on. The bits that you can, the little tweaks you can fix in life. So your little tweak that you can fix is tomorrow going to see the ponies for half an hour and then coming back home.
Yeah, good then. Yeah.
That's a tweak. Or going to the shop, or going, I don't know if you got, with your kids or whatever, taking them to the park for half an hour and then coming back or whatever.
My daughter's like 20. She was born in 97, so she's 29. 29? She can't do that. See where time going?
Mate, she still fits on a swing. Give her a push.
I put her in one of them kids when she's small enough. I will, I'm not kidding. She'll be like, Mum, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, they told me to.
Well, even meeting her for a little drink somewhere, meet her for something to eat, meet her at the park just for a walk around even. It's such a positive thing to get out there and do something that you didn't do a week ago. And then you build on that. And that's not to say you won't have fucking blips. That's not to say you won't have a day where you're thinking, oh, fucking, I don't want to be going out today. But you've got to actively work past it, and it takes discipline. It just takes discipline.
Yeah. I think it's, I mean, she picks me up and takes me everywhere. So, well, not in, only because I don't catch buses or anything, and I might get an Uber every now and again, but she drives and it's much easier that way. But we did used to have loads of fun all the time, but since I've been a bit of a hermit, it's not really happened. Yeah. Again, some background could do, but you know what? Because I've allowed myself to gain more fears, but I don't think they really are fears. I think it's things that I'm trying to justify myself with, as to like, so I really don't have a fear of going to the back garden or like germs necessarily or bugs. Yeah, okay, I don't like them obviously, but there's no reason for me not to go in my garden. But it's like I've put that there, so it's a reason why I don't have to do something. Because that'll mean that I've got to accept the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And the reality was all along that it was about that wanker and the police. It's, I don't know. It's just all of it.
But see what you're doing there? You've said it yourself there. You build upon the problems in your head. You're just building the problems in your head. You know, if I do this, this will happen. If I do that, that'll happen. Well, again, it comes to the 2 things, isn't it? What's the worst that can happen? That's the worst thing. What's the worst? I'll go outside and I'll touch something. It's fucking toxic, and now I'm fucked. That's the worst that can happen. But what's more likely? What's more likely? You're not going to touch something out there that's going to hurt you. That's
no, exactly.
Working on them 2 bases. What's more likely and what's the worst that can happen? That's the way I've gone about my life for the vast time I've been alive. That's how I've worked through things, and that's the best way to do it, because what you're doing is you're making something logical out of something that's not logical, because irrational fear isn't logical. If something's irrational, it's irrational to go outside and think something out here could fucking kill me. Well, it could. You could have a plane drop on your head, but what's more likely? It's not going to happen. Do you know what
exactly. I mean? Yeah, definitely. But you know, I've always been grateful for what I have and who I am, and it didn't matter what I've been through. And for the person I am right now, I'm happy with who I am, so it's, I don't think with my past, my past, and it is what it is, but it's made me who I am today. So I wouldn't want to change any of it. And I don't give anyone in my past any of the negative feelings that some people would, and I guess do, because they don't deserve it. They've already tried to take too much of it, and they have already taken so much of my past, and there's no way they're going to take any of my present or my future. And so I don't give them anything negative of me. So I don't hate anyone. I don't really dislike people. I just have no feeling whatsoever for them, or I really like people. That's the way I am. And so I think I tried to be positive in that respect, but then I need to be more challenging with my own thoughts, I think, and be just doing stuff and not fearing the stupid things that I like to think might happen in my head. I don't want them to happen, obviously, but the things that I do fear, they're not going to happen. On the chance probability, they're just not going to happen.
Well, that's how I work it out, because I think when people start to overthink things, they lose all rationale with stuff. They lose the base in their brain. When you start thinking about things that aren't likely to happen, or in the worst case scenario, what's the worst that can happen? If you can break those problems down into those two bits, you can work them out. Whereas if you're trying to work out a problem and you don't know a solution, you're trying to work out a solution. Well, what if I do this, and maybe if I do this, that'll happen. But if I do that, something else might kick off. You're overthinking shit. You're overthinking shit. Again, like going back to the fight thing, my trainer used to say to me, Ray, you know where his face is, didn't you? I said, yeah. You know you can punch him and kick him in the face. Yeah. Well, just do that. Just do that. Let's get the basics down first. Let's punch him and kick him in the face and see what he does. Okay, I'm punching him and kicking him in the face. Oh, fucking hell, he's gone down. Now what do? You know what to do now, don't you? Jump on him. Once you start simplifying stuff, like you going out, once you're on the bus, or once you're walking down the street, you're halfway fucking there.
Yeah.
You're done. And the likelihood of the more time you spend out, the likelihood of seeing something that you don't want to see a person, maybe, or something happening, it goes down. The chances of that happening goes down, and by the time you finish what you're doing, going shopping, being with your daughter or whatever, and you're off on your way home, the likelihood of anything bad happening or seeing someone you don't absolutely diminishes by the fucking country mile. And then once you're back in your house, you've done it. And the more you do it, the more you've trained your brain to do it, and the more you don't need to think about it no more. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, definitely. You buzzed me up proper. I'm not joking. I'm like, come on, nice, let's go. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah. No, but you have honestly, yeah. You made me think, yeah, okay, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there never used to be an issue, and so it's like I created one, and there's no need for one, and like just get on with it. I'm not gonna, fucking hell. Sorry for swearing. I'm so sorry.
I swear all the fucking time, mate. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
I'm going to go and get something to eat now, mate, because I'm absolutely fucking starving.
I've enjoyed today. Thank you. It's been fun.
No worries, mate. Have a good one.
And yeah, you take care. Thank you.
In a bit, mate. In a bit. Ta-da.
Bye.
I'm starving. I've got my mate coming around in a bit. I don't know what I'm going to fucking have to eat. I've got a full chicken in the freezer. I'm bastard starving, and I've been trying to lose weight as well. I've tried my mate this morning. She was complaining she needs to lose some fucking weight. I've got to lose about 2 stone. But yeah, I'm going to do all that shit. Vanessa, I was also taking your advice on board. No worries, mate. No worries. It's hard when you're feeling like that. And I've always been quite fortunate. My mental health has always been really quite strong, because I've always kept me. My sisters used to say you've got a fucking swinging brick for an art, yeah. And I sort of have. I'm emotional about some stuff when it comes to animals and kids and stuff. I am a bit emotional with that shit. But like when my mum died, I've never cried because of my mother. I've never cried when my mum died. Because I know this sounds really strange, but it didn't upset me. It didn't like upset me to the point where I was crying. My sisters were. But in terms of like the way I felt about it, I'd sort of come to terms with it beforehand. And I knew that she was on her way out anyway. So I know this sounds really strange, but it was like a wasted emotion to be crying. I had other feelings, you know, I could get my head around. You know, it's a strange thing, isn't it? Your brain's a strange thing, but you need to have control of your brain. If you haven't got control of your brain, you're fucked. You're fucked. If you haven't got control of your brain and the way you think, you're knackered. And that doesn't mean the way I think is correct, but it's correct for me. And it's kept me alive. I mean, I should have been dead in my 30s. I had 3 attempts on my fucking life because I was in a bad... I was hanging about with bad people. But in terms of, like, understanding your own brain and the way your brain works and the way you control it, that's paramount. And that takes time. That doesn't happen overnight. You have to learn that. You have to exercise that as well. Yeah, Dave, it's a coping mechanism. 100% coping. You have to fucking whatever's going off in your life. You have to fucking you have to understand it and them two things. I've lived my life by them two things really, especially my adult life. What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing that can happen, and what's more likely to happen? And then you've cracked it. You've cracked life. Then coppers. I say this with the police. What's the worst thing can happen? Lock me up for 24 hours. And what? Fucking start what? We're going to take you to court and you're going to lock me up in jail. Okay, no worries. How long for? Just tell me when I'm going to get let out. Once you start behaving in that way towards these problems, your life is your own. Oh, yeah, true right, Dave. Too right. Anyway, I've got to get fucking gone. I've been on here for 4 hours. And I've got to let the fucking dog out at some point. He's lying on the fucking settee, thinking his fucking lead has been snapped or something. I've got to sort that out. But I'll be back on. My missus, she's in, not where is she? She's not in Ibiza. I don't know where the fuck she is. She's, where is she? She's in Mallorca. I don't even know where she is. The missus is in Mallorca with a mate. So, till next week, and I'm back at work next week. So I will be gone. I will be gone now. But I'll come back on sometime this week. What day are we on? Thursday. I might come on tomorrow. A bit later though. Vanessa, I have no fucking clue. She went to Ibiza last week. She's in fucking Mallorca this week. And then we're at the Edinburgh Tattoo. Is it the 17th or the 18th? 18th, I think it is, of this month. We're at the Edinburgh Tattoo. And I've got to take the mother-in-law around this village in Scotland that she was born in. We've got to do that. Might bang the drone over as well. Yeah, she deserves to go. She works hard. She puts up with me, doesn't she? Fucking hell. Need a bastard medal for that. Wolfman, we need more riders. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. I will be back later. Have a good one, whatever you're doing. Don't work too hard. I've got to sort this fucking dog out. His ears are all bent up. And he's looking at me like fucking... You alright, Bill? Both his ears are fucking turned in. And he's looking... You know how dogs do that side glance at you? Do you want something to eat? Do you want chicken? Of course you do. That got your attention, didn't it? You want chicken? Right, I'm going to bang a chicken in. Have a good one. See you later.